Okay, so before I start, I actually want to go over everything that's here and make sure my damn computer's muted. Oops. Okay, so actually before I go over all of this, since I'm going to be exporting this video to YouTube, then sharing it with my mom when I actually release it to public, which will be after she gets the system I'm going to be building today, I actually have a message for her. Mom, you are not allowed to look up any of the parts that I'm using in this. You're not allowed to look up the prices of any of it. You're not allowed to try and pay me back. You're not allowed to do anything to determine price or indebtedness or anything. Building this because I got tired of how slow your damn computer's been every time I have to work on it, and I wanted you to have something fast. And I'm paying for it because I didn't want you to have to worry about spending money on something for fastness instead of something that's just really cheap and still kind of slow, just to make sure it's something that'll work. I want you to have something that's actually really, really damn nice. And this will do that for you. So, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and explain everything I got. This is going to be the start thing. This is the keyboard and mouse. It's some cheap thing, but it's the same, essentially the same as what my mom's currently using. So this keyboard and mouse combo is actually just like the newer version of what she's using. So the one she has, you have to press a key to turn on the lights. I think this one is default on. I don't remember. I'll have to check when I actually start using the system to make sure it's tested and working. But the keyboard and mouse she's using is an older version of this, and it still works fine. The keyboard still feels fine. The mouse is still working fine. It's still running well, and I haven't heard any complaints about it. So I'm guessing it's decent enough that it's not an issue. So I just got the same thing. Sort of, just this newer version. But this one, unlike the one she's currently using, this one has multiple colors she can select from. The one she currently has only has a single color. This is an empty box, but the cooler, I just didn't feel like putting a cooler in. I showed it on the previous game stream I did of Remnant from the Ashes. Like, I think it was right at the end of the stream I showed this. The cooler I just never put back in the box. It's sitting on the desk over behind the camera. And yeah, this is just the box to the CPU heatsink and fan that I will be using on the CPU. Instead of the cheapo piece of crap that comes with the CPU in here. I have actually had this whole system planned out since before the 10 series CPUs released. So this is a 9400, not a 10400. She won't really notice a difference between the 9400 and the 10400. Let's go ahead and go here. This is the stock CPU's heatsink, and fan. I don't know why I'm still having trouble saying that word. It's weird. Whatever. So this is a cheap piece of crap. I'll leave this aside for now, and when I actually put in the other one that this is getting replaced with, I'll show a comparison, because these just really, really suck. They capture dust really easily, and it's just, yeah, I hate these. They're garbage. And good luck trying to replace the fan if the fan dies. As I found out with the AMD one she's using, which is a stock. Let's put the CPU aside, put it in the box so I don't lose track of it. So, yeah. There's obviously more here than what's going in the system. I'm just going to show everything because I have plans for her current system as well, and I'm going to be going over that. So this is just some simple USB cable that came with something else. I don't remember what. What? Whatever. It came with something. Might not end up using this. I don't remember what it came with. Oh, I remember now. Came with another keyboard. I'll show that in a minute. It's kind of under stuff right now. So mousepad is next. This is actually, it looked like a really damn nice mousepad. I opened it up and took a look. I didn't remove it from the packaging. I'll be doing that whenever she actually gets it. The mousepad my mom currently has is some small thing. It's really old, it's fucking ugly, and it's just a piece of garbage. So I wanted to get her something nice. So that's what this is for. This is actually the one I'm gonna eventually be getting for myself, because the one I have right now is just a little too small, and it's kind of fucked up because it was too big and then I cut it when I was at the previous location. So my mom's house before where I'm at now was my apartment. I resized it pretty much. So USB 3.0 extension cables. Okay, these all have to test. One of them is going to the keyboard, one of them going to the mouse, and one of them will be going to the webcam, which is right here. This is essentially the same webcam as what I'm using on this stream. Obviously, I'm using, so I forgot to change the damn frame rate of this stream. Well, doesn't matter. I was gonna reduce the frame rate to 30 instead of 60 because it's running at 60. If I reduced it to 30, it would have had better quality with the same bitrate. I'm not sure I can actually change that now. Oh well. So yeah, this is essentially the same webcam as what I'm using on the stream. The stream's only being done at 720, but this is actually a 1080p webcam. She doesn't have a webcam right now. She's been using some crap for the school, and apparently her fiance said that it was causing her some neck and back pain to use what she's using. So this should be helpful. Assuming, of course, she ends up getting some use out of it for the school stuff. That's supposed to be here in Oregon. It's determined by district, and she has to do a lot of the stuff with the school because she actually works for the school district. Of course, this is a little webcam privacy guard. Let's just take this out of the bag. I got one of these from my webcam as well, and it's currently on my webcam, but it just clips on, and side is it? It just lifts up to let the webcam see stuff, goes down to block the sight of the webcam. So pretty simple. It's relatively cheap, still kind of expensive for what it is, but it'll work. It's likely relatively cheap because it's not exactly made by Logitech. I don't know why Logitech doesn't just include something like this with their webcams. It's never a good idea to just leave your webcam staring at you or leave it active or plugged in or whatever. If you have your webcam always plugged in, you want to make sure it's actually covered up as much as possible. It's possible there's a lot of people building systems that don't know what they're talking about, but I don't know what ones you're talking about. I never really watch any streams of people building systems, but I'm likely gonna fuck up when I go and install the heatsink and fan because I have not installed a heatsink on a CPU since I built my mom's last system. And that is an AMD A8 APU. So it's slightly different. The one I'm using now is a Noctua. What I'm going to be using on this build is at least a Noctua on an Intel i5-9400. Before that system, the previous one I built her that she's currently using, I built her, or I last used a heatsink and fan on the computer I built when I first got SSI. So it was after that. So my previous system was the one that was after the first one I built. It was after that when I switched over to full water cooling. So it's just, yeah, gonna be weird, interesting little thing I'll have to figure out, but shouldn't be too bad. As long as I don't fuck up like I did with the water block on my current gaming system and somehow get mixed up with where the goddamn springs go like a dumbass. So anyways, this is the RAM. I don't have my anti-static band on right now, so I'm not gonna really mess with it. This RAM was actually from my previous system. It still works perfectly fine. It's just cheaper for me to use this instead of getting her the exact same stuff, brand new. The only difference between this and what I was going to get her is a little bit of the speed difference. I was going to get her some 2666 RAM. This is only 2133, but 2666 is technically overclocked, so it would still be the same thing. I could probably still go into the BIOS and say, okay, let's add the timings and speed and everything, and the voltages to this RAM is what the other one would use with XMP enabled. What is marketed at for the 2666, and probably get the same speed, but I'm not going to worry about that. It's just going to run at 2133. And even though there's 4 sticks here, I'm only going to be using 2 of them. So each one is 8 gig. So she's going to have 16 gig on her system. There's 32 here. It's overkill. If I only use 16 gig in her system, then if something happens, then there'll be 2 more sticks that can be used as a replacement or test. So there's that. And this is also on compatibility list. Whenever I get RAM for a motherboard, I always make sure I check compatibility list. Yeah. The water or the leaking isn't really an issue. Just use compression fittings. Don't use zip ties or anything. If you use soft tubing, then you're really not going to have any problem with leaking. You just got to make sure you don't accidentally loosen the fittings. Hardline tubing looks like it could potentially be a problem with leaking, just because then it's harder to keep that proper seal. But with the soft tubing that I use in my systems, the compression fittings, like, it squeezes it on, and even after a while, when you go to finally drain your system and you swap out the compression fittings or whatever, when you try and actually take those off, you'll find that it's squished on so damn tight that it actually has a good grip on it after that compression fitting is released. So it's really not much of a problem. I can see why you might be a little scared to do it, but it's pretty easy. Like, it's not all that bad. It's just trying to figure out how you want it to go and all that, which is a little tricky sometimes. So anyways, next up, obviously Windows 10, just home. You don't really need the Pro version or whatever. When I install this on her system, I'll be manually installing with command prompt the stuff it needs. I forgot what it is. Something to make it so I can disable Windows updates for drivers and shit. Something that is only automatically installed on Windows 10 Pro and above. But you can actually enter some line of code on command prompt and it'll just unpack it, because it's technically in your computer on Windows 10 Home. It's just not unpacked and ready and available to use. So I'll be showing that on stream as well. And apparently got a message on Discord I didn't notice about. Give me a sec. All right. Okay. Next up, storage. A single M.2 SSD. I didn't get her NVMe because actually costs a lot more, and she won't really notice a difference between regular M.2 SATA speeds and NVMe. And compared to what she's currently using, which is mechanical hard drive, she's going to notice a huge increase in speed and effectiveness of her system. This was something that I kind of was thinking about maybe getting a regular SATA SSD and cloning her mechanical drive too and just swapping it out that way. But that was what led me into deciding, you know what, fuck it, let's just build a whole system for her instead of just doing this one SATA hard drive clone. So she's getting M.2. This is a network card. This is not going in this system that I'm building. This is going in her current computer. And it's going in her current computer because when we went to her new house, because she got a new house since I moved into my apartment here, she managed to get a profit off the house she was at, which is kind of nice because it needed work and she cleaned it up and everything. But the place she has now has a yard. The place before did not, and she wanted a yard, so that's why she moved. So this network card will allow her to use internet on her current computer instead of running an Ethernet cable around the wall and stuff, because when we're setting up computer everything there, she didn't want Ethernet cables running around everywhere. So that's kind of what led me to get network card instead of Ethernet. And her current computer, since she's going to be using this network card, I'm going to be connecting it to her TV. Then from her TV, she'll be able to easily use YouTube or check Facebook stuff or do any little things she always kind of wants to do on a larger screen, just with that current system. And that way her current system isn't just thrown out and just abandoned. It'll have a second use, and I'm sure she'll make a good use of that. But because of that, it meant, okay, well, then she's going to need a way to use a keyboard and mouse on it, because she's going to want to be able to use that while sitting on her couch or sitting in her recliner. So that's where the next keyboard comes into play. This, and I actually have to open this because this, let me put the motherboard down and out of the way as well. This, I have to add one more thing to it if I can get it out of the damn sleeving. The sleeving is really damn tight for some reason. There we go. I had to modify this keyboard a little bit because I don't want it wearing out the USB port from being plugged in and unplugged to charge all the time. So, removing it here, and I will show what I did. So, actually, this is the side here. It's got lights and stuff. Where's power? It's not connected to anything right now. So it's got lights, just single button press. While that's getting picked up, let me see if I move. I have three LED lights on in here, so it's probably not getting picked up all that well. Rotate. Yeah, so a single key press, you can swap colors. So let's go ahead and turn that off. So it's got a touchpad here, left click, right click. The keys actually feel decent. This was one of the best keyboard touchpad or combo type things I could find. And on here, in the back, it's not a battery case or battery pack spot. It's got this. And this I had to modify a little bit. I had to shave it down with a knife and some sandpaper in order to get this to fit. Because this is an adapter to USB-C, which is what this cable is. It is a USB-C magnetic cable. So that just comes off. Easy. It's on. And what I'm hoping, this should work. I just hope it's the right size, otherwise I'll have to shave it down a little bit more. If this works right, then all she'll have to do is take this cover off when she wants to charge it and it should be plugged in. That way all she has to do, take the cover off and attach it like so. Easy. No wearing out the USB port, which was the worry. It looks like I will have to modify it some more though. It doesn't quite fit. But it looks like instead of modifying the end over here, I can modify the end right here. If I can widen the hole where this is at just a little bit, then it should go in and it'll fit with the cover on top. So I'm going to set this aside for now, and I'll have to try and remember to do that after the stream. It's probably going to take quite a while. It took quite a while to shave this down. I also had to shave or cut off 3 lines here because it wasn't supposed to have this adapter on it. I just couldn't find any USB-A ends. This is a USB-A. It's USB 3.0. At least I think it's USB 3.0. It's blue, but blue doesn't mean 3.0. So, I couldn't find any A end magnetic adapters, so I got USB-C because I needed some USB-C anyways. So I just figured, yeah, what the hell? Things are going USB-C. If something ever happens to this, she gets something different, then you can still use this USB-C connector for something else. So let's close this up, and I'll shave that down a bit or modify it after the stream and set this aside as well. And this keyboard is what this came with. This just looks like it's some USB 1 or 2 or something. It's a cheap little thing that's not really needed. It's just to make it so that it can reach the cable or the spot there. I don't remember what I put in here. Oh. This is the wireless adapter for it. Just in case the computer doesn't have that function already built into the motherboard or into a network card, or not network card, a PCI Express or a PCI card. All right, the motherboard here. Again, I bookmarked everything before the 10 series CPUs released, so I when I went to order everything, I forgot the 10 series CPUs released, so this motherboard does not support 10 series, which is why I'm using a 9400 instead of a 10400. But again, she shouldn't really notice the difference in speed between those with what she's doing. She's not going to be using games or anything. It's just like schoolwork, paying bills, maybe YouTube stuff, whatever. Just simple, low performance type of tasks. Nothing all that extreme. But this motherboard, I don't remember all the reasons I chose it. I was originally thinking about using some RGB. Then, of course, she got the thing she has now where the computer is going in a space, and I added a fan inside the little cabinet where the computer's going. So RGB is not going to be used on this system, even though the case I got, I'll show here in a minute, does have a window on it. I would have gotten a different case if I knew that, but I had this case and motherboard before the system, or the enclosure thing, whatever, that she has now. Don't know what to call it. It's kind of like this big ass cabinet thing. It's just, yeah, it's weird. It's neat, like it keeps things clean, but you can't really see the side of the case. So this does have M.2 slots. It has RGB support. It's not a cheap motherboard. It's actually a good one. Like, I didn't cheap out and say, okay, I don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. I went in and actually specifically looked for something that had RGB. I got something that had M.2. I got everything that I thought she would probably need for the build I wanted to build her. And that's why I ended up getting this. Ignore the bullshit gaming logo. It's not going to be used for gaming. Some motherboards and stuff just use gaming stuff for marketing purposes, which is dumb. But that doesn't mean it's a bad board just because it has gaming on it. Doesn't mean it's a good board either, but still. Okay. I wanted to get her a gold rated power supply, but this is not gold. This is a bronze rated. I wanted to get her a gold rated because then the fan would actually turn off when under a certain power load. The problem and why I stepped down to a bronze rated was because when I bought this, power supplies were still overpriced. I don't know if they still are. I haven't actually checked, but at least for the same level as this, I would have had to step up to a 550 watt in order to get a gold rated. This is only a 450 watt bronze. So to get a gold rated 550 watt, it would have added like maybe $100 or something. I don't remember. It was a large amount of money. So I stuck with bronze and said, okay, could figure out a way to silence it through other methods. And even then, this shouldn't be too horribly loud. So it should be okay. Because even with the bronze rating, these Corsair power supplies are usually pretty damn quiet. These are just a bunch of motherboard speakers. I do not know why the hell motherboard manufacturers think it's a good idea to not include a damn motherboard speaker. So I just didn't have any of these spare, so I ordered a pack of 10 of them. Just because motherboards just aren't included enough. Even this good motherboard I got for her, it does not have a motherboard speaker. It doesn't have an LED readout or anything. If you're a motherboard manufacturer, you need to either include a speaker so people can actually hear the damn post codes, or you add an LED display, or you add both. It has none, so I had to order these. So I'll need at least one just in case something goes wrong. I won't be sitting here like, what the hell's going on? I'll be able to reference beep codes. So like post code is beep code, whatever. Be able to reference the sound it makes with this little speaker. That's what those are used for. And her current system, this is a magnetic dust filter. Her current system has a kind of an air vent on the side panel, and she has cats, so that tends to get really dusty and it tends to get fur in it really easily. And it has no dust filtration, so I bought her this. I wasn't sure exactly how big it was. Obviously, I couldn't just ask her. I couldn't go in and measure it, because then she would have noticed. And I kind of forgot to measure it when I was over there dealing with setting everything up the other week. I don't remember how long ago that was. I think it was either the 29th or the 30th of last month. It's been a couple weeks or so. So, since I forgot to measure that, I just got a 240 millimeter. So it's a 120 this way, 240 this way. Dust filter, just magnetic. So it'll attach to the side panel of the case. Now let me actually get the new case and talk about it. Actually, let me check. I think it is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's still expensive as fuck. So on Newegg, the lowest price of a 2080 Ti is $1389. Yeah, that's still a lot. And the highest cost is, holy shit. Yeah, it's the most expensive is $2407.90. So $2,407.90. Then the next step down from there is $2,339.90. So yeah, they're still over $1,300 and up for a 2080 Ti. So all right, let me get the case now. Actually, grab a drink, then I'll get the case. All right, so for this thing, I gotta actually get it out, but it's not an expensive case. It's actually relatively cheap, just like her current case, but it also, before she got the thing she had, she was using a small desk, so I didn't really have any other options for a case to get her. I just knew I did not like the case she's currently using because it's a real pain in the ass to work in. So I didn't get the same one as what she's currently got. I got something different. And this one has some flaws I'll go over, but the reason I was so limited is because the desk she was using before the thing she got now, and is currently using, it was really small, so it kind of limited the sizes of the case I could get for her. So if I didn't buy the case before she got that thing, I would have got something bigger, but this was one of two options I had. I either had the option of getting the case she still has right now on our current computer, or getting this one, and I chose this one despite its flaws. So let's go and take it out. Okay, so yes, this one does have a window right here. I'll take that off, this off when I'm finished building it. Take off the side panel. I hate these type of attachments, side panels. It's kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. Alright, so inside, it's decent. Like, it's not bad. It's actually better to work in than what she's currently got. I'll have to look around with it a little bit more. I think this part can come off. Not entirely sure, I can't remember. But the, oh, it's got a fan in the front too. The main problem I have with it is its airflow. With the window on the side, it has no front airflow. So the only spot, or it has no airflow from the side, I mean, like her current system does. The only spot it can draw air in from is from any cracks from it not being obviously a perfect seal, and the one spot right here on the front. That's it. And that'll be fine. It won't be on carpet or anything. It might help a little bit. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. She's not going to be running anything all that hot. Already accounted for that. I'm going to be making sure I stress test the hell out of the system before it goes over there. Make sure the temperature is all good. It does have one fan in the front. Right down in there. You can't really see that. Let me get my flashlight on my phone real quick. Yeah, so right in there, you can see there's a fan. That's the only intake it has for air. Her current computer has one in that same location. The problem is just her current computer doesn't really need a front intake fan because it's got a fan on the side panel. This one is really closed off. It kind of not great to work in terms of airflow. So if you are using this for some cheap gaming build, I would advise against it. But since she's not going to be using a graphics card in this, she's just using an Intel CPU, it'll be fine. And no, I did not forget about Ryzen. I actually did think about using Ryzen on this system when I went and bookmarked stuff. The problem is that unless you go to an APU, I don't want her to use an APU though. If you don't use an APU, Ryzen does not have any integrated graphics support. Intel does. So at the same price point, it's better to get an Intel CPU if you're not building a gaming system. So she's got Intel for this. If you go APU, you're going to end up sacrificing some of the CPU speeds because an APU is a graphics card and a CPU in one. And in order to do that, obviously sacrifices have to be made in some area. And that area just so happens to be the CPU side. Also, if you get an APU, make sure you get the fastest RAM you can. Just make sure you don't exceed what that APU supports in terms of speed. RAM speed makes a massive difference for an APU. When I tested her current system after I got it built, before I enabled XMP and stress tested it and all that, before enabling XMP, it was running fine. But after I enabled XMP, it actually saw a sizable increase to the frame rate on the Unigen Heaven benchmark, because I was doing that for stress testing part of it and making sure its temperatures are good. But yeah, I did see a good increase. I don't remember exactly how much of an increase. It's been like 5 years or something now since I built that system, but it was a noticeable boost just from enabling XMP on that RAM. All right, now I gotta finally start building instead of talking about stuff. Looks like I didn't have to buy those speakers after all. Instead of the motherboard coming with the speaker, the case actually did. So, Rosewill, good job on that. That was awesome. This is a Rosewill case. I was not expecting that. That was... You can see it there. That's pretty cool. Awesome. I guess Rosewill case people knew, oh, motherboards aren't coming with the speaker for some stupid reason. Let's just give one to these people who are building the system. So thank you, Rosewill. That's awesome. I think I forgot to mention when I was talking about the heatsink and fan she's currently using. The fan on that originally came with the stock heatsink and fan that she's using, that fan was actually going bad, and I had to get it replaced, but it was a non-standard sizing, so in order to replace it, I had to get her to order an entirely new heatsink and fan to replace the entire thing, and I just swapped the fans instead of swapping the heatsink as well. With the Noctua I'll be putting in this system, it just uses a standard 92mm fan, so if something happens to that fan, it'll be super easy to replace, just buying a 92mm fan and popping it on. Obviously, for grounding yourself to a case, you don't really need the case to be on some grounding area. This is currently on a piece of cardboard, which is on a wooden desk, which is on carpet. And as long as the source of metal is large enough and it's touching something that's touching the ground, it's grounded enough that any electricity in your body will discharge itself into the metal of the case. So you can just attach your anti-static wrist strap to the case itself. It does not have to be the power supply. You don't have to plug the power supply in. I actually suggest not plugging the power supply in. And if you do plug the power supply in, that will only work as a full true ground if that outlet it's plugged into is fully and truly grounded. If you're ever uncertain about whether or not it's a proper ground, all you have to do is build up a little electricity in your body, just like rub your feet on the carpet or take a balloon or something, rub it on your head, or just do something to build up electricity, and you can tap the metal of the case. If you end up getting a shock on the metal of the case, then obviously it's a ground, otherwise that shock would not happen. Looks like I'll have to be careful in placing this in. It's got the HDMI and display ports here on the other side, and they have a couple little hooks here that could accidentally catch inside the display port and HDMI port of the motherboard. So I'll have to be very careful those don't catch when I put the motherboard in. Let's see if I can actually get it to show. You can sort of see right there in front of my index finger. Got that little bit of a hook there. There, that way you can see it. Right on the left side of my finger. There. I'll just be careful about that. If that happens, it's possible your system can go into a boot loop or can cause damage. When I built my media computer, if I remember right, my media computer had something like that happen, and it was going into a boot loop. So I turned it on. It just it would start up and then shut down, start up and shut down. It kept repeating that because the thing was touching. It was kind of annoying. And that fan was removed temporarily. It's just to make it easier so I can put the motherboard in. Since the styrofoam is on both sides of the motherboard, it's fine if I set it on the case like that. It's not going to be a problem. I just needed to set down for a sec so I can check which way this goes in. So it looks like this thing here cannot be removed. Those are not screws, those are rivets. So I would have to drill those out. I don't have a drill. So it'll just be kind of in the way and a little bit annoying, but I'll work around it. No big deal. Forgot this doesn't have a cutout for the CPU, so I'll have to install the CPU and the cooling block before I put it in, which kind of sucks. Make it a little easier to hold on to, but at the same time, it's gonna kind of be annoying. I'm more used to cases that have a CPU cutout, so I didn't even bother checking until after I had that in there. And I noticed because the cooler mount holes, I just saw blackness. I didn't see the cardboard on the other side. Pulling it out. The sound you're hearing here is me putting that bracket or the IO shield back in because it got pulled out. I guess it wasn't in tight enough or something. I don't fucking know. IO shields kind of suck. They're annoying. Alright, pretty sure that's in now. Alright, I guess I'll put in the CPU and the heatsink and fan. And so I don't forget to compare or show you here. I should be able to have her system maybe running passively at idle, which will be kind of nice. Because this thing is a hell of a lot bigger. This is what I'll be using. This is the stock piece of crap. This has no tubes on it. I don't, for some reason, whatever, it's messing with my head. I'm forgetting what they're called, whatever. The cooling tubes, just it doesn't have any of those going through on this, but it does on this. And just the size of the heatsink is a lot bigger. This is just some tiny piece of crap. This is a lot bigger. It's got a larger fan. Easily replaceable versus this. So that's why I'm using the Noctua. I just want to make sure her system runs quiet and cold. And if any dust does get in her system, she won't have to worry about the system getting overheated. Because if you have something large enough, then a bit of dust won't cause too much of a problem. If it's a small piece of crap like this, a little bit of dust is going to make a huge difference. That's why you never want to use the bare minimum for cooling. You always want to use something that's beyond what you actually need. Alright, just had to make sure I had the right bracket. This one is the Intel. The one I left in the box is AMD. These are also the Intel. Just checking these little booklets here real quick. It's for multiple different types of Intel. So I need the 1151. So this is the 1151. This first one I looked at is for the 20XX, so 2011, stuff like that. I don't need this booklet. And I'm guessing this one's probably AMD. Let me double check it just to make sure I can confirm or deny. Yeah, this one's AMD. I don't need this booklet. I need this one because this is an 1151 socket. All right, so if I want the cooler to exhaust air out the back, which is what I'm going to be doing, I can install it this way, which would mean these are on correct. Or if I want it to exhaust it up or down, like that, then I'd have to take these and instead rotate them so there's one on top and one on bottom. But since I do want it going out the back, I'm going to leave it this way. All right. And these four double end screw things are, well, actually they're standoffs, but whatever. They are not for the 1151 socket, so I can put them back in the bag. Since they were with the Intel stuff, since Noctua did a good job at segmenting Intel parts out from AMD parts, these are used for the 2011 socket and others. And I can actually double check that just to confirm it, so I don't say something stupid. Yep, that's right. They are for the 2011. And since I'm using 1151, it means they are not needed. Alright, so with the mount attached, I can now put in the CPU. Decided to put in the CPU after, just so I don't accidentally drop something and scratch up the IHS, or the heat spread, or whatever, of the, yeah, IHSs. Yeah, I was thinking they're getting IHS and heat spreader combined, but yeah, they are. IHS stands for integrated heat spreader, so I'll just call it heat spreader. But if the heat spreader gets a little scratched, it could impact the performance of the temperatures. So I left this plastic protective cover in and put these on just in case I accidentally drop something like a dumbass, because I tend to drop something every time I build a system, and just protecting the oh, it looks like I actually have to take this one off because I can't open this now. I'm a dumbass. Oh well, at least I did part of it in a way where it was safe, but I'll just be careful. I always forget how damn small these are. For some reason I'm still used to them being big. I think this is the same size as the 9900K in my current system. It's the same, at least I think it's the same socket. I'm pretty sure it is. But I got some old ones sitting over on the desk behind the camera, and they're just a lot bigger, so I don't know, it's just blowing my mind that these are so small right now. Holy crap, it just shows what you get used to seeing every day. And the thermal paste, that Noctua included, is apparently better than the thermal paste I have as spare. So the best thermal paste I have as spare, just been sitting in storage for years, is the Arctic Silver 5, but looked up some information yesterday, and apparently the thermal paste included with this is the, let me see what I said it was. I think it was the NTH1. Oh, looking for that post. There's been a bunch more posts today. Yeah, it's NTH1 is what they included with it. So that one is actually better than the Arctic Silver 5, according to everything I can find online. So I'll be using the included thermal paste, which is this. Yeah. Oh, it says right on it, so I didn't even have to look on Twitter. But yeah, it is the NTH1. Kind of blurred. I can't really make it zoom in any or focus any better than that, though. So let's go ahead and attach the heatsink. After I analyze it a little, I've never put one of these on, so I gotta make sure I actually know how to screw it down. Okay, so you have to remove the fan first, otherwise you can't put it on. So I'll just remove the fan from the heatsink, then I'll be able to mount it, and then I can put the fan back on after. The bag that has had the thermal paste in it does also have extra clips for the fan. So if you wanted to use 2 fans on this heatsink, you could add another fan to the other side. These are the clips. Or if something happens and those break, you can then, of course, simply use these spares. She doesn't need 2 fans on this. It's going to be good with 1. gonna likely be running at really low speeds too, and possibly passive because how much better this heatsink is than the stock. You have a hell of a lot of that stuff. Barely takes any, so it should be all it needs. Is probably even more than it needs, so let's go ahead and mount it. All right, that's not too bad. It's on. Nice and sturdy. Now I just gotta reattach the fan. Alright, and that only took me so long because I was trying to manage the wire for the fan, so it's not kind of in the way and ugly. And before I put it in, I may as well also throw in the SSD, or the M.2, whatever. I guess it's still SSD, but still, I'm going to throw that in too. Just decide whether I want to put it under this heatsink or just leave it bare right here. I don't think heat will be too much of a worry on the M.2. It's not an NVMe, so I might just put it in here because this might be a bit more of an annoyance. Just because the cable for the fan is there. So, I don't know. I'll see. Next up, the RAM. It's usually the second and fourth slot. I gotta check a manual all the time because I have had at least one motherboard where the slots to use if using two was the first and the third. So you just gotta make sure you check because it depends on the manual, or it depends on the motherboard. If you don't do that, then you won't be running dual channel. And there's also sometimes where it just simply won't work out well. So yeah, this one is the second and fourth. So A2, B2. So this and this. Pretty funny how it just managed to open to the exact right page I needed too. Never had that happen before. Also, anyone wondering why I'm only using 2 sticks out of 4 stick set? It's not the number of sticks in a set that makes it dual or quad channel or whatever. It's just the number of sticks. So if you get a set with 4 sticks, like this was a set of 4 sticks, then you can still use 2 of them in order to get dual channel. It's just the number. Reiterate that. It's the number used and not the number in the set. Alright, now I'm just going to make sure the little lips on the HDMI and display port don't catch the actual ports. Or from the I/O shield, I mean. Alright, so those are in place correctly. They're not catching or anything, so I just gotta find the screws and mount it. And this system's already almost done. I still have to put the power supply in and wire everything up, but the hardest part, well, other than managing cables, I guess one of the hardest parts, but one of the hardest parts is just putting all of this in. But yeah, this is going to be a really, really easy system to build just because of how little has to be done for it. One in the corner just doesn't want to go in. I'll do the others first. Alright, so the holes were just slightly misaligned from putting the other ones in. I was thinking about doing corner to corner, but I figured if I lined the right side up, it should line everything out. But I was apparently off just a slight amount, like a hair's amount, that I wasn't able to get the screws in without undoing the first, the two over here that I undid. So second and third ones I put in, I just had to take those out and adjust stuff a little bit. So now let me put the rest in. Now these two won't go in. That's annoying. Red is just very slightly misaligned. This is going to take a bit. I just can't get it to catch the damn thread. Alright, I think I finally got it. I had to put down a hell of a lot of fucking pressure just to fucking get it to catch. Just kept spinning. Wasn't wanting to do a damn thing. Let's see if I can get the others in. After I tighten the two that are already in so the thing doesn't move around. Okay, apparently the bottom left corner one wasn't already, or all the way caught. I don't know if it's the case or the motherboard that's at fault for this. This is dumb. I've never had a motherboard that was this much of a pain in the ass to attach. I had to turn on the fan, so you might hear a little bit of noise in the mic. I don't know. I doubt it, but this is just, it's getting hot in here. It's the fault of the case. I didn't notice there were two different types of screws I was using. There's two in here that did work. I'll show when I get the others out that are actually right. I don't know why the hell they did that. Okay, so the screw that's not working, that I didn't realize was the wrong fucking screw, really hard to actually see a difference between them. Because they're so damn small, and the little lip on them is, so weird. So, doubt you'll be able to see it on camera, but this is the one that's not wanting to work. I can't make my camera focus any closer than that, sorry. So that's the one that's not not right. The one that is this. So you can see even on the camera, like, it's really damn hard to see a difference. So let's hold them together. The one towards me, this way, that way, is the one that's wrong, and the one away from me that way is the one that's right. Let's swap them. Okay, so what happened is, this little bag held a lot of damn screws. They were of varying types. But the bag this bag was in, I think it was this one. Yeah, whatever. This bag had some additional screws, and the few that I noticed looked like they were all the same size. So I didn't notice that there were actually two different types that weren't in that little bag. And for some reason, I don't know why, I kind of figured, okay, well, I guess there's a bunch of assorted ones in this little bag, then there's some matching ones outside of this little bag and in that larger bag. But apparently that wasn't the case. Apparently, I don't know why the hell there were two different types in that big bag that were not in this little bag. But, yeah. I don't know if they were just extra or what, but they were all mixed together and I didn't realize that. So that's why it took so damn long to put the motherboard in. I'll figure. It wouldn't have been so bad, but the screws are really damn tiny. Even though I have 3 lights in here, it's actually not all that bright inside the case. Even with the flashlight on my phone pointing in there, still kind of hard to see such a tiny damn detail of difference on something that dark of a black, especially when it's also a little bit of a shininess to it. Yeah, it's hard to see the difference on those. So let me go ahead and put the rest of those screws away, and I'll finish installing everything. Just really confusing. I don't know why the hell they did that. Whereas there's no reason for them to do that, as far as I can tell. Like, I don't know, maybe the ones that were in the little bag were put in just automated system, and the extras were thrown in just in case the automated system fucked up or something. They were put in by hand or something. I have no fucking clue. But that was weird. Yeah, that was really, really weird. That was dumb. That could have saved me 20 minutes if I figured that out sooner. Because the motherboard should never be that hard to put in. And it really isn't, as long as you have the right screws. It's just, oh, let's put the screws in here, and yeah. Yeah, because I like the hole looked like the hole through the motherboard for the thread of the mount of the case. It just kept looking like it was just slightly misaligned. So I was like, okay, well, I guess it's misaligned. So let's push this here and attach this there. And every once in a while, I was like, oh, hey, it's actually working. But I didn't realize it worked because I had the proper screw. So, whatever. Except for the corner up here, some reason worked without the proper screw, and that also helped confuse things. But whatever, the rest should be easy. So, I got CPU, heatsink fan, RAM, SSD. I need to get the power supply in. I gotta put this fan back on too. I'll put this on after I get the power supply in. So, move some stuff out of the way and put in the power supply. But yeah, at least I know it's just working, and it was just the wrong screws, because that was dumb. I was getting worried there because it's like, what the fuck's going on? Forgot I also got to get the front panel connectors all plugged into the motherboard, but I'll do that after I get the power supply in. There's also that front fan all plug in. And that speaker. Damn, I was thinking this was a semi-modular power supply, but no, it's not modular at all. I forgot all about that. Like, I knew when I ordered it. I didn't fuck up. I got it when I ordered it. I just completely forgot. So there's a plastic cover on this. Let's remove that. And it'll have to be upside down, so the fan... Come on, you piece of shit, get off. Damn it, Corsair, why'd you put a fucking thing here I can't grab? Come on. There we go, got it. Fucking thing was dumb. Okay. Why is there... Yeah. Why was there something over that? It seemed kind of pointless. Oh well, anyways, I gotta detach this zip tie and put it in. But yeah, it's gonna be, so the fan's gonna be on this side, not on the top, because there's obviously no air for it to grab from the top. So it'll take air from inside the case to cool itself down, and it'll vent it out the back. Or back's over here, or whatever. Don't know what the hell I did with my screwdriver. Oh, Sean, it's right on top of the fucking case where you left it, dumbass. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, you've hell of a lot of zip ties with this. Kind of nice. I have a lot of zip ties in a closet, but still. I don't usually use zip ties in computers. I prefer not to, but if I run out of twist ties, then I use zip ties. Twist ties, you can use more than once. Zip ties, it just feels like it's a huge waste of plastic to use them unless you absolutely have no other choice, or if it's something that you want to be permanent. Like, you plan for the future. If you build a system, use twist ties. Because if you need to replace something or reorganize or whatever the fuck, it's just easier to be able to use those twist ties and say, okay, well, I can just undo this twist tie here and then redo it after. I don't have, do I? How many do I have? I have some twist ties. Let's see. I have 4, so I'll use these before I use the zip ties. It's just less of a waste to use twist ties because then they're reusable to a point. Eventually the plastic on twist ties will break and you'll have to get rid of it, otherwise it just won't work worth the damn. Sometimes the metal of the twist tie can also kind of break, but they're still more usable than a zip tie. The IO shield of this thing actually kind of sucks ass. I'll show that in a bit. Let me deal with the wires first. It's like everything's down just a tiny bit, so plugging stuff into it might end up being a little bit of a pain in the ass. I don't know why the hell. Expensive motherboard. I guess it's not too bad. It was cheaper than my gaming system's motherboard. A good motherboard. I guess I can say that. I don't know why a good motherboard ends up with an alignment problem with its own IO shield. That's kind of dumb. Hopefully it's not an issue, but if it is, then it might be a little bit of a pain in the ass deal with. I'll figure it out when I get to there. Actually, I have a HDMI cable. Let me double check. Okay, so even though it's slightly misaligned, it's no problem. It doesn't get in the way. So it's not, yeah, it's not going to interfere with anything. It'll be all right. Yeah, that's fine. Let me wrap this back around the foot of the stand my camera's on. That's why my camera tilted. This was wrapped around because it needs a little bit more weight on that 1 foot. I got 2 feet on the desk, 1 foot going down behind it, so the stand's kind of at an angle. Can't really show the angle, my arm on the camera, but whatever. It's kind of at a bit of an angle, so it's tilted forward. And under the foot that's not on the desk is the case I keep all my cables in. And I just have an HDMI cable. Oh, I did have an HDMI cable and a USB cable wrapped around that foot just to add a little bit weight so it doesn't fall forward. So I'm just gonna put the HDMI cable back on that foot because a USB cable alone isn't enough to add weight to the camera stand. All right, now I get to deal with all the cable management and plugging stuff in. So I'll be putting the front panel stuff on last. For now, I'm gonna attach this speaker. Thank you, Rosewill, for actually including a speaker with this cheap case, since the motherboards, I don't know why they're just not including them, even though they should. They shouldn't be up to the case manufacturer to include a speaker. It should be up to the motherboard. But thank you for including that, because that way I don't have to use one of the pack of 10 I got. Okay, so I was just checking for fan spots. There's actually a second CPU fan header. You can use any fan. It doesn't have to be for CPU. It takes the same thing. It's just in the BIOS, it'll say it's a CPU fan, even whatever. Sometimes the BIOS will have a warning beep or kind of an error message if there's no CPU fan detected. You can disable that in the BIOS if you're not using the CPU fan header. So it's not really an issue. I don't remember if I did that on my gaming system or not. I'm pretty sure I did that on my media computer though. But there's one header for a CPU fan right here, and then there's another one in the corner right there. Then down in this bottom left corner, somewhere around here, there are two case fan headers. Then up a little bit more, there's another case fan header over here. So that's what I was looking for. I'm gonna plug the rear exhaust into the header that's up in this area here. That way the cable will be nice and short and stay out of the way. And the front panel fan I'll plug in over to this one. Also, just in case anyone's curious, since this case fan is a 3-pin, motherboards will have 4-pin fan headers on them. You can use a 3-pin on a 4-pin, all right? It should only go in one way. It's kind of idiot-proof. It's got these grooves here, so you cannot put it in the wrong way. If you get an extension, like the extensions I got for the setup at my mom's house for her current computer, which is what this is going to be using. So it's actually a good thing it's got that extra, because I'm going to need to use one of those headers for the exhaust of the cabinet her computer is going to be in. If you get an extension and it's a 4-pin, you can plug in a 3-pin to that 4-pin. That extra 4th pin is just for PWM. That being plugged in and not plugged into a fan will not hurt it. You do not have to worry. I saw some people whining about that on Amazon review, like, "Oh, this says it was for a 3-pin, or a 3-pin, but it's not." Yes, it actually is. That's also why on a 4-pin connector, you will see these same grooves over these same 3 pins. You can only plug a 3-pin into the 3 pins of a 4-pin connector. You do not have to worry about getting that wrong. It is super simple. They made it idiot proof. There's no worries. It's gonna be a little bit of a shame having all these cables in this case. This is a lot of unnecessary ones. Need the 24 pin for motherboard, which is here. Set that there. I do not need any Molex. I hate Molex. Molex fucking suck. These here. Okay, that's a bit. Let's connect that because I don't need to be connected to a ground right now. This is, I don't need graphics. Let's see inside there. Let's see, what was this? This was graphics. This is Molex. What's this? Another SATA. I don't need SATA. It's another SATA. Don't need SATA. CPU. So all I need, CPU and 24 pin motherboard. The rest, I just get a stuff somewhere out of the way because they're not needed for this build. I was actually kind of surprised that you can get a Corsair power supply that isn't at least semi-modular. This is not semi at all. This is, yeah, it just has all of them. I hate dealing with ones like this. It's kind of annoying. Like, it's easier, obviously, but at the same time, it's also harder. It's only easier in terms of plugging them in. You don't have to plug them in. If you have room in another case, then it's actually kind of harder to plug in the cables than it is to have them all coming out of one spot. Because plugging those in sometimes a bit of a pain in the ass to do, like it was in my gaming system. Not sure where I'm going to put those. But there is a cable management for motherboard and CPU power, so I'll be bringing those through as well. The size of that hole for the CPU power is really small though, so I'd disconnect the 4+4 and turn it, or disconnect it. So it was, it's a 4+4 pin CPU power connectors. They were actually connected together already, so I just had to pull them apart, just shove them through one at a time. Otherwise, they were too big to fit through. Just because this size of that hole just needs to be like a couple millimeters bigger. It seems kind of odd. Rosewell didn't do a very good job in sizing that. And obviously, I don't actually need the CPU cable to be that long. It's just right at the top. I'm just putting it that way for now, so I can deal with it later, and it's not smacking against anything. .24-pin power connector also barely fit through that hole there. Let me show you that. So the hole everything's going through is this square cutout there. This just barely fit through. I'd put it at kind of a weird angle diagonally. So far, this case, it's pretty cheap, but it seems to be doing fine so far. Let's see how well it works after I get everything wired up. I'm hoping there's enough space that I can get the side panel on while leaving cables all wired on the back here. I'll have to test that. It's gonna kind of suck if I can't, but I gotta figure out a spot to make them all go as well. Of course, just like the CPU power cable, I don't actually need that much length on the motherboard 24-pin, but doing that just so I does not bash against stuff and I can deal with the managing. I was also originally going to get a DVD drive for her, but the last time I was at her house, she said she just doesn't use a DVD drive on her current system anymore, so there's not going to be one in this system. I wasn't sure if she was going to use one or not, so I kind of got lucky and I didn't order one yet by the time I went up there. Whoops. Alright, so this is the side panel for it. Based on the side panel, I'll have to try and keep things sort of centered. That's where the biggest bump out should be. It's like, it's on this way. No, this is the front, right? That's the front. So it'll go on like that. So let's estimate like a couple inches from the edge for the largest point. And it should be fine. It looks like it'll be big enough. There's enough spacing that I should be able to fit all the cables there without an issue. It's not too bad so far. It does definitely need a lot more spots to actually tie off these cables. This one little spot is not a whole lot. Not really enough. Especially since you can't really use the one at the bottom. So I'm only able to use the one at the top here. So there's one here I'm able to use. And damn, mic stand. There. So there's one here I can use that I'm kind of not really able to add anything more to. Otherwise, the side panel won't be able to go on there. I got to figure out what to do with this 24 pin. And there's one here in the middle that I can use. The problem is there's also one down here. But with the way the side panel is designed, this spot down here is not actually bumped out. So there's not a whole lot of space here. So if the cables cannot fit underneath this little lip here where the side panel actually connects, then the side panel will not go on. So that's going to be kind of tricky. All right, so it does work that way. I just got to figure out a way to make sure I hold those in place so they don't get all fucked up. So this is the point where I think I do need to use the zip ties. Okay, it is a little bit tight, but it does work. So they should flatten out over time a little bit more. Usually whenever I deal with cables and the side panel of a case like this, when there's not a whole lot of room, kind of ends up getting smushed. They do sort of flatten out a little bit as they get held in that position, and it kind of gets easier and it stops pushing or bulging the side panel as much. So this should be just fine. If I really wanted to, I could just flip it over with the side panel on and let the weight of the entire system help kind of squish them together a little bit more, and it'll help flatten it out. But now I got to deal with the front panel, because all of this is managed in such a way that it won't rattle around and get rearranged when I move it around. So it should be good enough now that I can do the rest. And as can you see, yeah, the zip tie job I just did, it's holding it in place really well. So no issues there. That's also why I was zip tying them in such a weird way and using so many zip ties. Using very few cables at a time, just attached in certain positions to just hold it in just this specific shape. Because that helps keep everything nice and flat, and that way, if I have to deal with something in the future, then it'll be really easy to open up and adjust. This damn front panel has a massive button on it. It's actually kind of weird. I think it has a light in the button. Let me see. It's got wires. Yes, it does have a light in the button, but it's really big. Let me show you here. This big thing here in the center, this is the button, the other side of the power button. So, it should light up around this circle. Just putting this in is going to kind of suck, because that's more wires I got to manage. I don't like wire management. It's annoying. It's still not to the stressful part either. Stressful part is the first time power up, or power on, whatever. Almost done. Looks like I could actually use that weird shield thing to attach the wires to on the underside. That way, that's actually what I did with the front panel fan too. That way, they're out of the way and not visible and ugly. Just gotta check the manual real quick. I can never remember where the front panel headers go, like what way they plug in. So I always have to look at the manual for that. I'd probably have it memorized if I built systems more frequently. People like Linus and stuff, I don't think they use the manual for determining that. I think they just have it memorized. But they go through a hell of a lot of systems. They just constantly building shit. I'm only building stuff every few years or so. And I don't remember. Let me check and see if I can find the stuff that came with the motherboard. Sometimes there's a little a multi-plug type thing. So you plug all the front panel headers into a plug, then you plug that plug into the motherboard itself. That way it's just a little bit easier to deal with. So let me see if I can find one of those. I don't know if it came with one, and I don't have a spare. So if I don't have one, it's no big deal. It's just, it would make things a little easier. Alright, so the case does not come with one, and I don't think the motherboard did either, so I guess I'll just have to look at each pin and try and figure it out that way instead. So I'll see if I find it in the damn manual, the way I was originally starting. The CMOS. Got all about CMOS. Flipping through pages here. If I can find, where's the is CMOS? What number is that? Me3. Okay, it's over here. Make sure that's actually correct. Yeah, it is. You want to make sure the CMOS is not shorted, otherwise it'll cause issues because that resets BIOS information. So if you have an overclock or something and you fuck up, or it's just going into a boot loop because you got the voltages or something wrong, then you can short those 2 pins, and it'll reset it, like it'll undo your overclock. That way you can actually start stuff back up and start over. But yeah, those are not shorted. Yeah. There's also sometimes where it's 3 pins on CMOS. I had one motherboard on a system where it was 3 pins, and it had to be jump between 2 of them and not the other 2. So if I wanted to clear CMOS, I had to remove the pin and put it on other 2. Other than that, I had to then put it back on 2. I think that was a chassis intrusion detection CMOS combo thing. I don't remember. It's been a while. It was the system before my previous one. Alright, I found it. The case was a little wobbly with that side panel on, so I had to put it on so it stopped wobbling. That way I didn't fuck something up. These are actually some really tight fits. Other motherboards I've used, actually plugging those in was kind of a pain in the ass because they were really loose, so they would actually fall off when I was trying to move stuff around, but these ones are nice and tight. All right, so hard drive light, power switch, and reset switch are all plugged in. There are still other things to plug in. I think it's just USB and audio now. Pretty sure it is. Oh, and the speaker. Where the fuck's the speaker at? Speaker. Where is the speaker? I need... Oh, status checker, PSC. Is that for the speaker? Third. 13. Okay. Apparently right next to what I was just plugging in. Eyes are kind of fucking up right now, so it's kind of hard to read stuff on there. But I'm not seeing a spot to plug in a speaker. There's a kind of like a micro LED indicator that says whether or not it's CPU or RAM or whatever is going on. So it does have a little indicator with lights, but it says power LED and speaker header. Let's see. SPKPLED1. What? It's not 13, that's on 12. Oh, speaker header. They're done. Okay. Alright, it does have a spot. Where's it got two? That's just weird. It's got two spots for a power LED. That's why it looks all fucking weird in there. So the one I just plugged all the front header stuff into has a power LED. And maybe this is for RGB then, because this one that's interesting. This is the one that's attached to the speaker. It has 2 positive and 1 negative. So it's a PLED plus, PLED plus, PLED minus. That's weird. Never saw that before. I have no idea why it's got 2. I'm only using one of them, and that's just odd. I'm thinking maybe it really is just for RGB, but it's not using RGB, so don't need it. Just double checking for a USB. I want to make sure this is the right one. It looks like it is. I can't read it because I can't get the light in the right spot. So make sure I check manual. USB header 17 and 18. Yeah, it is. I thought so. All right. That's all good. All right, it's just about done. I just got to add this rear fan. Everything else is connected. That fan is connected. CPU fan is connected. All the front headers and stuff, they're all connected. Power supply is connected. RAM's in, obviously. CPU and fan, heatsink, they're all in. So it is almost time, since the SSD is also in, it's almost time to finally start it up. Awesome. Put that fan back on real quick. Then I'll take another quick look at it. Okay, it is all together. Give me a sec and I will show it on camera. Everything's wired up. Let's see how well. All right. Let's see. It looks actually really damn neat. It's not too bad. I'm gonna get a couple pictures. Then I will go ahead and begin the first time startup. Well, obviously after I remove this plastic on the front and put the side panel on, but yeah. Alright, so now that the build is done, I just gotta do a first time startup, but let me clean stuff up a little bit first. So it's gonna be a little bit quiet for a bit, just because I have a big mess to deal with here. Just gotta put some stuff away. I'll throw all the other shit in a corner or something for now. Don't want to take too long, so just give me a minute. Yeah, it just now occurred to me, you may have heard me typing. Someone said something to me on Discord, so was responding, didn't realize how close my mic was to my keyboard. Oh well, no big deal. Okay, so it's going to be this top monitor here that it's connected to, not this one on the left. The one on the left goes through my stereo. I don't feel like dealing with my stereo, so I unplugged and that one's also 4K. That one's 1080p. I'm not going to be setting her up for 4K or anything. She's only got a 1080p monitor, and this isn't designed to be running 4K. So just pay attention to this top one. It is a TN panel, so of course this is also in the way, so it might be a little bit of a pain in the ass to see, but assuming it works out, I'll be able to say something. And first I just gotta set up the keyboard and mouse. Also, yes, I need a fucking haircut. Alright, now let me go ahead and put the power on. I turned the surge protector outlet it's plugged into off. So let me go ahead and swap that over, turn it right back on. Then we can try powering it on and see if it works. I really hope there's nothing wrong with it. Of course, this upper monitor is also kind of starting to die, so if it goes and gives some weird image or if it's all fucked up looking, then that's not the fault of the computer, it's the fault of the monitor. And it's got power. Holy shit. This motherboard actually has lights on it. I did not realize that. I completely forgot. See if I can get see that here. It's got a red breathing effect, which is pretty neat. At least I know the power supply is working. Otherwise, that wouldn't be on. Here goes. Keep an eye on this monitor up here. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and press. God damn, that is quiet. That is really fucking quiet. It's on, though. First time post, it may take a bit. It sometimes restarts. It's fine, it's normal. Keyboard's on, mouse is on. I'm just a dumbass and forgot to plug in HDMI. Oops. My fault. No postcodes though, so that's a good sign. Okay, now HDMI is plugged in. It's running, but it's not getting a signal from the monitor. Try turning it off and on. Hey, off. Wait a few seconds and I'll turn it back on. That was my fuck up. Alright. It's working. So let's restart it and enter BIOS. Gotta keep an eye on temperatures before installing anything, just to make sure the mount's good. Alright, it beeped. It's a very quiet speaker. Yeah, this is a very, very quiet system. Holy shit. Like, I can't even really hear it. Like, it is fucking dead silent. It's quieter than my media computer, by far. That's fucking up. Like, you can barely hear anything. Like, I didn't think the fans were running until I noticed the front panel fan actually spinning. Yeah, that's super quiet. So, I know it's kind of hard to see this top monitor, but just bear with me. There's not much I can do about that. I could zoom in on OBS, but that would be a digital zoom, so it wouldn't really improve anything. I could try and move the camera, but I'm going to be doing something else. There's still my previous gaming computer I'm going to be dismantling as I'm setting stuff up on here. So all the RAM is detected. 8 gig, 8 gig, 2133. Total 16. Processor speed 2.9 gigahertz. That's normal. CPU fan at default settings running 720, 724. Oh, 735, 747. So it's running nice and low. Chassis fan under 700 for one of them. The other is just a little over 700. The hard drive is detected. So, let's see. Advanced mode. Hardware monitor. CPU temperature running 72 halves, or not 72, 32 half and 34. It was at 32 half until it updated. Now it's at 34. That's not too bad. That's actually that's a decent cold temperature, especially considering how cold it's, or how slow the fan is running and how quiet this is. Motherboard temperature 27. Oh, CPU temperature. Oh, okay, it's still bouncing around. CPU temperature is bouncing around between 33 half and 34. So everything looks in order. Yeah, that's cool. Let me see if I can find the fan tuning or fantastic tuning. Detecting your fan speed. That's not it, is it? Been a while since I dealt with the fan curves in a BIOS. Just can't remember. Fan tuning. Detecting your fan speed. I don't know what the hell fan tuning is. I was thinking it was going to bring me to another menu, but no, it's doing something instead. No big deal. Is almost done with that. This is taking a bit. So far, this is a very fucking nice system already. I'll have to test it. I'll be running it through Unigine Heaven, even though it doesn't have a graphics card. I'll just throw it on low settings and see how well it does. That'll be after update Windows and all that crap. It's not hooked up to internet right now. You don't want to hook your computer up to internet at first, because you want to make sure you install the proper drivers. Don't let Windows just automatically install garbage. It may be okay for a laptop, but for a custom build, Windows drivers can kind of screw things over a bit. So I'll be installing regular. Okay. All right, so I guess it was just automatically setting fan curves on some stuff. Yeah, that's what it looks like, what it is doing. So it's not really so much fan curve. This kind of reminds me of, I think my media computer is more like this. That's probably why it's so damn unfamiliar. My gaming computer's BIOS. Actually, technically, it's a UEFI. It's not really a BIOS, but whatever. My gaming computer one, pretty sure it has a graph on it, so you can actually see that way. This one is a little bit different. This one, you enter temperature that you want it to run at. So here, I want temperature, let's do 35 degrees at 20% fan speed. Or actually, you know what? This is an overkill heatsink and fan. So I think instead of 20%, I'm going to drop that down to 10% fan speed at 35 degrees. Temperature 2, fuck that at 65. That's dumb. Temperature 2, let's say, oh yeah, and the step up time, yeah, okay, I guess minimum is 2.1 seconds. That's a weird. So for the fan speed stepping times, it's got 0 seconds. That way it's just instant. You never really want to use that. It's got 2 point, like it'll just instantly jump to that speed instead of slowly ramp up. The longer the time, the more steps in the curve, pretty much, because it'll slowly increase based on the amount of time. So they got a weird amount. So it's 0 seconds. 2.1 seconds, 2.8 seconds, 3.6, 4.2, 5, 6.3, 8.5, 12, and 25. So I'm just going to leave it at 2.1. Same for, actually for stepping down, I'm gonna leave that at, how about 3.6? Because you want the fan to step down slower than it steps up. And actually for this, step down, fuck it, I'm gonna set step down to 5 seconds. And for temperature 30, okay, so now let's deal with temperatures. So temperature 1, 35 seconds, or 35 degrees. We'll put 10% fan speed. Temperature 2, let's make that 45. And for the speed, let's say, because I'm trying to get this nice and silent, let's do 35, oops, that's 36. 35%. For temperature 3, temperature 2 is 45, so temperature 3, let's do 50. Oh no, there's only one more temperature. Oh no, I guess there's critical temperature as well. Critical temperature, I think it'll just max out the fans. Or, wait, no, maybe it won't. I'm gonna set critical temperature to 95, or yeah, 95, not 96. I accidentally put 96. So temperature 3. I want it to ramp up to 100% in temperature 4. So at temperature 4, I think I will leave that at 70 degrees. So temperature 3, let's see, temperature 2 is 45. So temperature 3, let's say, I don't want to, I guess 55 would be fine. That would only be a 10 degree increase. Actually, you know, let's do 60 degrees on temperature 3. And the percentage, let's say, because temperature 2 is 35%, let's say temperature 3 at, how about, I don't know, 65%? Seems right. That's a 30 increase. Then that'd be a 35 increase. Yeah, I guess 65%. All right, so temperature 1 is 35 degrees, and the fan will be at 10% at that. Temperature 2, 45. So customize. All right. Now let's go ahead and check. So anyways, yeah. Temperature 1, 35 degrees. Temperature 2, 45 degrees. Temperature 3, 60 degrees. Temperature 4, 70 degrees. For fan speed percentage 1, it's 10%. Fan speed 2, 35. Fan speed 3, 65. Fan speed 4, 100. It's percentages. CPU is currently at 38 degrees. It'd be good. I don't imagine it'll get too hot. Sometimes the BIOS will be hotter than actually being in Windows. Just by a few degrees, not by much, but sometimes just a little bit. And go down here. Temperature critical. This is... No, I don't want this to monitor motherboard. I want this to monitor CPU. So the chassis fan... Wow, really? Step up on chassis? That's weird. I'll use the minimum step up time on that then of... Although I guess it does make sense to have the chassis fan a long one. So for that, I suppose... No, I'll do a short step up and a long step down. So for the step down, I'll do 127 seconds. So the chassis fan stepping is 0 seconds minimum, 12 seconds, 25 seconds, 51, 76, 102, 127, 153, 178, and 204. So I'm going to do a step down of 127. Because the chassis fans, you want to run a bit longer than you want the CPU fans to run. The CPU fans, you'll see a more immediate effect. But for the chassis, that's trying to get the air out of the case, the hot air out of the case, and try and normalize it. So that needs to be nice and long. I don't want it to be instant. If it's an instant step up time, then it'll be too audible and get kind of annoying, and it'll be bad for it because then it's like, oh, it's based on CPU, so if you're doing something, oh, it's gonna just ramp up and slow down really, really. Well, I guess it won't slow down really fast because it's got a step down of 127 seconds, but it'll ramp up really fast. If it was set to a 0 second step down, then it'll ramp up really fast, slow down really fast, and it'll just add unnecessary wear and tear on the fans. So it's just not good for them to be like that. So for temperature 1, let's just copy the CPU temperatures. So 35, 10, 45, 35. So 35, 10, 45, 35, then it wouldn't let me scroll up because I had to click away to set the number. 60, 65, 70, 100. 60, 65, 70, 100. Oh, wait, no, that was 75, right? Fuck, I already forgot. No, it was 70. Okay. So temperature... Yeah, temperature 3 is 60. Temperature 4 is 70. So fan duty... 70%, that's max, so 100%. And temperature critical, set that to 95. Click away. Allow fan stop, disable. Interesting. You can't set the CPU fan to automatically stop, but this does allow the motherboard. So the chassis fans, not the motherboard, the chassis fans can be set to stop. So if it's below the minimum temperature enough, then it should actually turn off completely. Although you could probably just set the percentage to 0, unless it's a minimum of 1 or something. And I gotta copy it down on this one. So that is a 12 second, 127. 12 and 127. I'll have to do this over at her house too, because I'll have to plug in one more fan into the case in order to exhaust it out of the cabinet it's going to be in. So temperature 1 is 35? Yeah, temperature 1 is 35. And that's 10%. Temperature 2 is 45. Then 45. And the percentage 35. Oops, that's 36. 35. And temperature 3, I think that was 60. Yeah, 60, then 65, and 70. So 60, 65, 70, 100, critical temperature of 95. Whoops, not 965, geez. 95. Allow fan stop, disable. Okay. Case open feature disabled. Over temperature protection is enabled. All right. And go ahead and check. All right, so CPU temperature is at 38.5, 39, around that range. That's all right. I have the fans way down. So right now, the CPU fan speed, because it already applied it, the CPU fan speed, don't be alarmed by the temperature being that high in the BIOS. The fan's only running at 400 RPM. So it's way down there. That's why it's running like that. Not so worried about the temperatures going up a little bit. More worried about the how loud it is. I don't want it to be loud. I don't want her to have the super silent system, because the system she has right now, it's not that quiet. I guess someone had something delivered here really late. That's weird. Oh well. So let's see. What is the other? Chassis fan speed 1, 2, and 3. Those aren't reading. Alright. I guess the other ones aren't actually PWM, so that's probably why you can't tell. Although they have tachometers. No, PWM is so you can control the speed without adjusting voltage. Let me check some. That's why the chassis fans aren't even on right now. They're completely turned off because of the current curves I have set. That's interesting. So I guess it has to be above 10% for it to turn on. That's no problem. I'll keep an eye on it. If I'm just right here, I could always remove the side panel if something happens. That's probably part of why it's so damn quiet. Although at the same time, oh, I can still actually. Did that turn on now? Okay. I can actually feel some of the air exhausting from the back here, or it's getting pulled in. I'm not sure if it's exhausting or getting pulled in. If it's getting pulled in, then it's because of the power supply. The fan of that is pulling air in through this exhaust. If it's not from the power supply, then it's from the CPU heatsink fan pushing air through the heatsink and out the exhaust there. So, currently, those two fans are off, probably just because the temperature is so low, because it's set to 35 degrees for 10%, so it probably can't turn on at 10%. It'll probably have to be up a little bit higher before that happens. So in that case, let's adjust the chassis fans a little bit and set that to 20% at 35 degrees. And see if that worked. Okay. Interesting. In that case, let's check monitor CPU. Oh, did I forget? Oops, that one's set to monitor motherboard. Set that to CPU. And control mode. Okay, that's automatic. You can choose DC or PWM. I'm pretty sure these are only DC. They're not PWM. So set it to auto. It's no big deal. It'll detect it. You only need to manually set if it's having some weird issue where it's like, oh, it can't detect that it's a DC or it's PWM. It's like, what's going on? If it gets confused, pretty much, then you can manually set it. Or if you have a PWM and you want to, or like the PWM part of it's not working or something, I don't know. Pretty much it's just in case thing. So those fans aren't on yet. They are plugged in. Let me try setting this to fan duty for temperature 1. Let's try setting this to 44. That's actually. Right, let's set that to 75 then. 75% at 35 degrees. Okay, now that fan turned on. At least it's getting a reading. Let me check. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't know it was actually on. Yeah. That is a really, really quiet fan. Really fucking quiet. It's running at 835, 845 range. That's 75%. That's not bad. That's the little fan in the back. So that is looks like chassis fan 1. Let me do the same thing with the other one just to see. I'll adjust it in a bit. So set you 75% and check. We'll take 12 seconds stepping. Yeah, that's turned on. Okay, now I can hear the system. It's starting up now. It's still really damn quiet. It's that's 75%. Holy shit. That's closer than my media computer, but my media computer is louder, and these fans are at a higher percentage running than my media computer is. That's not bad. She's gonna really like this. It is super fucking quiet. That's awesome. All right, let's go ahead and adjust those, restore them. So at 35, let's actually set the chassis fan to 20% at 35. Actually, you know what? Let's do 25%. Just because they are so quiet. Quiet. And temperature 2, or fan speed 2. Let's do this I want at 60%. So, whoops. Oh, duh. So if that's 25, let's put this at 40. 40, whoops, that's 50. 40%. And temperature 3, or fan speed 3. Let's put that at 65%, because then 100% will be temperature 4. All right, and then double check. Yeah, so 25 gets registered, unless it's, although I guess it takes about 2 minutes for it to step down, but it is slowing down. Very slowly. Oh, okay, so let's go ahead and adjust the other one. Yeah, this stuff, the fan control stuff, this is why I like the better motherboards, like what I got. This freedom is nice. I cannot set fan speeds manually like this on the computer she currently has. The motherboard she's using in that one was a lot cheaper. So it just does not have the option. So what did I set that to? Was it 25? Yeah, so it was 25, 40, 65. 25, 40, 65. All right. Let's watch it reduce. Not too bad. Okay, so at 25%, it looks like it starts getting the reading issue. Sometimes a computer, if you have the fan speeds too low, the tachometer will get a little confused. Like the reading from the tachometer will get confused, and it'll bounce around a lot, and This one, it does that same thing. That happens on my media, or not my media computer. Well, I mean, I can on that. It happens on my gaming computer too. It's just a weird oddity. Tachometer's imperfect, so sometimes it'll be low enough, like it'll be like in the 200 range or something, but actually give a reading of being like over 1,000, and you may be a little confused by that, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that the minimum it can actually register and point out is a little odd. So that's what it's doing right now. So it's right around, yeah, so right, the chassis fan too, it just jumped up to over 16,000. It's not actually going that high. It is actually nice and low. It's just the tachometer reading is odd. It's not an issue. It's fine. It's just a weird little oddity that happens with it. So it looks like the lowest point is for chassis fan 1. That is the rear exhaust is chassis fan 1. Chassis fan 2 is the front intake. So chassis fan 1 is somewhere in the 200 range. It looks like it's around 263 or less. 263 is the lowest reading, so it's possibly under 263 at 25%. Oh, 262 is the lowest. So 261. So something in the 260 or less range for lowest. Chassis fan speed 2 is front intake. That is at 369, 370 range. All right. And CPU temperature is at 39 degrees. Motherboard is at 31. CPU fan speed is at 482, 484, around that range. It's nice and slow. 474. Super quiet system. This is awesome. Like, it's actually the quietest system I've built. It's so nice. God damn, that's amazing. Oh. Okay. So boot option 1. I'm not sure if I'll have to. Let me check. Sometimes you have to change the boot order in order to load an operating system, but we'll see. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm fucking tired. God damn. Save and exit this. And actually, let me see. Boot option. All right. Advance. Boot. All right. In that case, yeah, let's go ahead and save and exit. Boot beep. Actually, let's enable boot beep first, because I want to make sure I hear it every time it beeps. I'll do that with all of them. You have a speaker there, you may as well have it beep on startup, so you know it's actually doing things right. Yeah, everything looks like it's working fine, so double check hardware monitor again real quick. CPU down to 38, 39 range. So save and exit. Oh, I forgot to change the motherboard time. Whoops. All right. Go and there is advanced mode. Wednesday, 113. No, this is not the 13th. This is the 12. 112, and it is that military or okay, that's military time. What is 8:32 p.m. on a military time schedule? Set that to 0. Up this by 1. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2033, and I'll click apply as soon as my gaming system here tells me. So I'll just click OK, not apply. That'll do apply and OK at the same time. There we go. 112.21 and 2033. So 8:33. All right. Now I can exit. So save changes. All right. Okay, yeah, I didn't have to change boot order. So, Windows setup 64-bit, Windows setup 32-bit. Let's see. Windows Boot Manager. Well, not doing 32-bit, doing 64-bit because this has 16 gig RAM. I don't know why. Does anyone even still use 32-bit Windows? Like, what the hell? To specify an advanced option for this choice, press F8. Okay. Oh, whoops. I hit shift, not enter. That was an accident. Oh, hey, the ASRock startup. That's the same as, no. Yeah, that's the same as my media computer, if I remember right. It's got the ASRock motherboard stuff. My gaming system has a unique image for its startup. So, language to install, English, time and currency format, English, United States, keyboard input method, US, next, and install. Setup is starting. Damn, that looks really blue on screen. It's actually more purple. And this part, I know you can't see it, but I have to enter the product key. So, just to be damn certain, I'm gonna block the image of the camera here real quick, just so I can add this, or get it put in. Alright. It won't take long, just gotta enter this long ass fucking product code. Almost done. Alright, just gotta double check it now real quick. Okay. Alright, it's verified. Let me go and put this away. And I'll uncover the camera in just a sec. Oops, wrong mouse. Go figure, you have 3 mice on the fucking desk. You used the wrong one for a second. Upgrade. Doesn't keep fine. Does only. Okay, so I'm on the install screen. So upgrade, install Windows, and keep file settings and applications. Well, it's not upgrading anything. It's just installing. So custom. Okay. And yeah, like that. Next. Copying Windows files, getting files ready for installation, installing features, installing updates, then finishing up. Well, it's not going to be able to install any updates because it's not connected to the internet. For a good reason. Alright. Yeah, this is, it would have been a lot faster to build it if I didn't fuck up with the motherboard. That was like a good 20-30 minutes wasted messing with those damn screws. That was annoying, but I'm glad it was like, oh, I was just using the wrong ones because they packaged it in a weird ass way. Oh well, it's no big deal. It is amazing how quiet this is, though. Like, I wanted it to be quiet. I planned on it being quiet, but I didn't know it would be this quiet. Even during install, it's quieter than my media computer. It's amazing. Because it's actually doing stuff right now. And it's still silent. It's... goddamn. Man. I have been planning this thing so fucking long. Insane. So damn long. That is a really quiet beep speaker. Crazy. All right. So you can see up there it is doing stuff. So it says ASRock in the middle because it's an ASRock motherboard. It's just that's the install screen. So it's getting ready for sort of like Windows and stuff. Apparently, motherboards can have their own custom logo or image or whatever there, which is kind of neat. Which is why this one, when it starts up, it has a pretty neat looking image. I don't remember what the image is though. I never really pay enough attention to it. I'm just used to it that I kind of just forget. I think there's a way to load a custom image up to the motherboard. I just don't remember how or if you can or what. Like, I'm sure there's a way to, so obviously you can. I don't remember how, and I never bothered doing that. But this new system here, it just has basic ASRock logo. It does essentially the same thing as my media computer. It just shows the logo. I don't remember if this one's an ASRock. I think my media computer is an ASRock, but I don't remember if this one is my gaming system. That's why I keep pointing at this. My gaming system is connected to this monitor here. Let's start with region. Is this right? United States. Yes. Is this keyboard layout right? US. Yes. Want to add a second keyboard layout. Skip. Ethernet. I don't have internet. Yeah, I mean, I do, but I'm not plugging it in. Ha ha ha, bitch. Skip with limited setup. If you have internet, it'll try and force you to log in with an account. So there's a way to make it not do that if you have internet plugged in. I just don't remember how. So it's best to just have no internet at all. Otherwise, you have to use your Microsoft account and shit. And I'm making this for someone, for my mom, actually, not just for someone. I'm making this for my mom, not for me. So I don't want that connected. And I don't want her account connected either, even though I could easily get that information if I needed to. So who's going to use this computer? What name do you want to use? I'll just put her name in there. Next. Create a super memorable password. Just use the same one she's already using on her current computer. Make sure I type that in slow so I don't fuck it up. Oh, okay, it's gotta confirm. It can be changed later if she wants it changed. Create security questions for this account. You don't actually need to do that. I'm just gonna click next. Field is required. It does make you add security question. That's interesting. Because you can apparently get into it as long as you have the installer. I don't remember how, but you can apparently get in. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know this information for her. God damn it. What was your pet or your first pet's name? I don't remember her first pet's name. I don't even remember what type of pet she first had. The name of the city you were born or where you were born. She was born in California, I think. I don't fucking remember the city. Childhood nickname. I can just, I'm pretty sure it can be changed later. I don't know. First name of your oldest cousin. Name of first school you attended. I could just add something and put 3, just IDK. That would work. If it can be changed later, let me check. Shit, my keyboard's over there. Remove this keyboard then. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can change it. So let's see. I don't actually have one set on this computer though, because I'm the only one ever here, only one ever using it. So I can't check it on this one, although maybe open settings and accounts. Find an option. Yeah, so you can set a password. I don't want to set a password on it though. It would probably make me sign out and do other shit. So let's not do that. Instead, let's just let me make a note of it on my computer here first. Okay, so let's do a pet first name. Next, question 2. City you born in? Make them all the same damn thing. So question 3. Childhood nickname. And I'll run through and adjust them later when I get there. So save as desktop. Why is this so damn small? And why? For mom's new computer. Okay. So, move that keyboard out of the way so I can put her keyboard up on my desk and actually do stuff properly. Whoops. Where did I? Oops. Okay, that's what it did. Accidentally bumped my gaming mouse and increased the DPI to 12,000 on accident. Did I just say on accident twice? That was stupid. Whatever. So let's see. A bunch of the shit I have to turn off. Online speech recognition. Use your voice to not dictate. Use your voice for dictation and talk to Cortana and other apps that use Windows cloud-based speech recognition. Send Microsoft your voice data to help improve our speech services. Fuck that. Turn off. Nope. You won't be able to use dictation or talk to Cortana. Yeah, well, I'm going to be disabling Cortana anyways. Find my device. Turn on. Nope, that's not necessary on a desktop computer. Inking and typing. Send inking and typing data to Microsoft to help. Nope, turn that off. Advertising ID. Apps can use advertising ID to provide more personalized advertising in accordance with the privacy policy of your app provider. Nope. Location. Haha, fuck you, no. Even though they'll figure shit out anyways, just from the way IP addresses work. But still, fucking rather make it harder for them. Stupid shit that they do. It's so intrusive. That all the intrusive shit is the biggest reason why, well, one of the biggest reasons why I didn't switch to Windows 10 until I absolutely had to. Diagnostics data. Send all basic diagnostics data along with info about the websites you browse. How is that diagnostic? And how you use apps and features, plus additional info about device health, activity, and enhanced error reporting. If you're gonna have diagnostic data, do not include browsing history, ya fucking creepers. Can't even, wow, there's a lot of goddamn wind out there. Okay, yeah, so you can't even turn that one off. You can only set it to basic or full. So on basic, it says send only info about your device, its settings and capabilities, and whether it is performing properly. Diagnostic data is used to help keep Windows secure and up to date, troubleshoot problems, and make product improvements. Basic should be the default on this. I do not know why the hell they think they need a person's fucking browsing history. That is just bullshit, intrusive. Tailored experiences. Let Microsoft use your diagnostic data, excluding information about websites you browse, to offer you personalized tips, ads, and recommendations to enhance your Microsoft experiences. No. Okay. And then the other option is select learn more from the above, or for info on the above settings. how Microsoft Defender smart screen works and blah, blah, blah. So accept, because that's all turned off. Next. Do more access, or not access. Do more across devices with the activity history. If you want timeline on other Windows features to help you continue what you were doing, even when you switch devices, and Microsoft your activity history, which includes info about website. Why do you keep getting? No, ya fucktards. They just keep wanting your goddamn browsing history. No. Piss off. Stop being the creepy old fucking pedophile grandpa guy. God damn, Microsoft. To let Cortana provide personalized experiences and relevant suggestions, Microsoft collects and uses information including your location. That's fucking disabled. Why would I want location known? No, not now. Fuck that. Fucking dumb shits. Hi. We're getting everything ready for you. Okay. As soon as I get into Windows, I'll have to remove the thing. This might take several minutes. Yeah, I still have to modify that keyboard a little more, huh? That shouldn't be too bad. Okay, it popped up. Good. Now I got to adjust it. I don't know why they want it to have a white taskbar as default. Leave Edge there for right now. Just because I'm gonna have to use Edge to install Chrome. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I know Chrome also watches shit, but we use Chrome. Would use Firefox. I used to use Firefox all the time, but Firefox updates in really retarded ways, and it does it all the goddamn time. It's like, oh, Firefox doesn't update. Close and relaunch Firefox to get the update. It's like, bitch, please, why can't you just fucking update like Chrome does and just fucking update it while it's open and running? And I know Chrome does that because every time Chrome has an update, Norton pops up saying, yeah, this activity is safe. So search box to an icon, not a box. I want Cortana gone. Oh, Cortana button. Nope, gone. Fuck you, Cortana. Fuck you very much. Task view button. Let me adjust the speed of this cursor. Isn't that? Oh, that's the light speed. Or the light. Oh, I didn't know this could change light on the mouse. Oh, that's interesting. I thought that was the DPI swap. Oh, this doesn't have DPI swap like hers does. Well, her current one does, I mean. I don't think she ever uses it, though, but okay. Yeah, you can see it. That's red, green, blue, yellow, cyan, kind of a magenta type purple, white, and off. Put it on green. That's pretty neat. And the keyboard can do the same thing. Where is this? Green, blue, yellow, cyan, kind of like a magenta again, white, and off. And it defaults to red when it was turned on. So let's see if I leave it on green, maybe then it won't be green. Her current one I think is red. I don't remember. but I'll leave it on green for now because green looks kind of pretty. So let's see, what does this want me to do? Searching for display driver. Yeah, no shit. Clear. It's on a thumb drive. I'll deal with it. Let me take the installation drive out and put it away. I'm also gonna have to mark on the box, so I know, like, ooh, this is this one, because I got other Windows installers. Gotta make sure I know which computer this one goes to. There. Now it's marked, so I'll know what computer it goes to. Because it binds the code to the motherboard. I think there's a way to swap motherboards, but I don't remember how, and I don't feel like looking that up. Maybe someday I will, but I don't fucking know. All of the ones I got are currently in use. So check up here, and as disable. Are you catching up? Disable the notification or the task view. Wait, what was task view? That was, yeah. I guess I can leave that enabled, actually. It was Action Center I want disabled, not task view stuff. So taskbar settings. Lock taskbar, yeah. Always combine taskbar buttons. Always hide labels. No. Never combine taskbar buttons. That way it has the title of shit. I don't know why people don't ever adjust that. I always set it so it shows what the fuck I'm clicking on. Like it'll have the text of it on there at least. I don't know why. Like every time I see someone's computer on a video on YouTube or some shit, or just like something from a stream or just whatever the fuck, it's like always all these fucking icons at the bottom are all just fucking combined, and it's just a square and an icon. It doesn't say what the fuck it is. So it doesn't say like, oh, is Twitter open, or oh, is settings open, or whatever. It just, I don't know why no one ever realizes they can adjust that, or if they just don't adjust it or something. I just find that kind of odd. Turn off location, turn off action center, turn off input indicator. I can leave the microphone. Well, no. Turn off that. What is that? That's a system icon. Yeah, let's turn off the system icon then. Leave volume, network, and clock on, and power isn't active because not on battery. Replace command prompt, not prompt. Replace command prompt with PowerShell in the menu when I right click this start button or press Windows key and X. I think PowerShell is basically the new command prompt. It's just like more powerful or something. I don't remember. So badges on taskbar buttons. What the hell is the badge? I'll have to adjust that. I don't know what the fuck those badges are. Jackass doesn't tell me. Whatever. Turn system icons on or off. I thought I did. Didn't I do this? Yeah, I did that already. And I scrolled. No, it scrolled up for me. That's why. Select which icons appear on the taskbar. Network, volume, not Windows security shit. That doesn't need to be there. I'm going to be having a Norton installed on this system. Microsoft OneDrive, not signed in, no. So many damn things to deal with. Background, colors. Set that Windows color to red. Use transparency effect. Light, custom, dark. Nope, that's the wrong one. That light, that dark. There we go. Now that's all dark. All right, that looks better. Automatically pick an accent color from background. No, not that. Show accent color on following surface. Start. No. That would start taskbar and action center. I don't know why they group all those together. It's kind of weird. Title bar on stuff. Every once in a while, I keep hearing this weird whining coming from the system. Not sure what it is. Oh, that's interesting. It's whenever something's loading. Huh. Or just activity. I don't know. It'll probably stop when I get drivers installed. Right now, it doesn't have anything installed on it. App list, start menu. What does that do? Okay, let's she probably, I don't know if she uses that app list or not. It just shows it's basically ordinary stuff. Like Windows 7 and earlier start menus. So that might be easier for her to navigate through. I have that disabled in my systems. You start full screen. Show suggestions occasionally in start. No. Occasionally show, you mean? Dumb shit. Grammar success. It's a modifier. Sometimes showing it, not showing it sometimes. Recently opened items in jump lists on start or the taskbar and in File Explorer Quick Access. I may as well. Show app list in start menu. Show recently added apps. Okay. Alright, so taskbar is done, start menu is done, and go ahead and close that. Move recycle bin down to the right corner, bottom right corner, edge to there. Oh, personal, oh wait, no, display settings will have to be after I install all of the drivers. So open file, or folder, I mean. So I'll zoom this in for her. It's a little smaller right now because it's default size. I tend to zoom it in a bit, so let's drag and drop for her new computer down to here. And view. It's gonna take a minute. It's there's 4 gig of shit to get off that thumb drive I just put in. It's a USB 3 thumb drive, so it shouldn't take too long. It says 20 seconds. It'll probably take a minute though. Yeah, now it says 3 minutes. It's just gonna take a bit of time. No big deal. Windows is always really bad at determining how long it's gonna take. They seem to base it on the current instead of averaging or some shit based on how long it's going. Just weird stuff they do. God damn, this is a This is a short day. I spent 2 hours when I got up dealing with my new fucking controller. Because, Microsoft is dumb shit, apparently. And, it was kind of a waste of money, pretty much. Until they release proper drivers for it. Because the current issue with it is, if it's a game as new as Borderlands 3, the input is lagging behind if using Bluetooth. On older games, it fucks everything up. Like, it'll sometimes pull a certain direction with the joystick, or it'll randomize the button order and just make it wrong, so X will be A will be X, and other shit, and be fucked up. Or it'll do both, and it's just weird. But with USB cable attached, it's like, yeah, no problem, except I want to use the goddamn Bluetooth. The whole goddamn reason I got a charging dock was so I could use Bluetooth. What the fuck? So, whatever. Let's go ahead. Oh, wait, before I had that. So, our new computer. Let's start with INF setup. This is the chipset drivers for Intel. Is that it? That was fast. No, it's still up. Okay. Now it wants a restart, so let's go ahead and restart now. Holy shit, I forgot it would change the color of that screen to whatever your accent color is that you chose. Alright, keyboard or the mouse reset the color though. The keyboard retained its color, the mouse did not. That is interesting. Whoops. I accidentally fucked up the password the first time. I think I bumped one of the keys next to S. I think I accidentally bumped D. Settings. Turn off notifications to OneDrive, because fuck that shit. Alright, so INF is done. For new computer, INF, drop into done. Next, I shall add Intel, not VGA from Intel, use the motherboard one. So let's do the ME. I don't remember what this is. Setup. Intel Management Engine, that's right. Next. Accept. Next. Next. After this one, I think I'll install the graphics driver. I'll go back. Intel Management Engine, done. So, oh wait, no, let's do rapid storage. She's using an SSD on this. And it wants a restart, so finish. Yeah, if I was doing this on her current system, Well, let's just say it wouldn't be this far along yet. I'd probably only be on the second one. Because the mechanical drive in that system is so much slower. Okay. Next, that was management engine, right? Or new? No, that was rapid storage. So, put rapid storage into drop there because it's done. And next up, let's do the graphics driver. No, that's from Intel. I need the one up here. The motherboard's one. The installer? I think it is. Yeah. I guess there's auto run. I could go for auto run IGX. And yeah, it is the IGX pin. You can just open an auto run file if it's a configuration file, and it'll just be like, auto run, here's the file name to look for, as long as it's in the same fucking folder. That's how I knew for certain it was the IGX pin file that I just ran. There's also something I forgot. I got a copy to this thumb drive. Yeah, I gotta, for the, getting that thing, where the fuck? It is, here? Is it not in here? No, that was in System Tools folder, right? Yeah, I did. Windows instruction. Maybe I did put it in there. I'll check the folder. Damn, it's still going. Still installing the driver. Okay. It doesn't let me click next or anything. Oh, there. It's finally doing something. Took it long enough. Restart required. No shit, jackass. Next. And close that. And yes, restart. And then I'll be able to zoom it in a bit. Might have to adjust the zoom when I get it to our new place because it's a different monitor. It'll probably reset some settings. But no big deal. And I'm not sure. Oops, that's the wrong mouse. I'm used to using the mouse on the left more than on the right. Although I guess it's technically the one in the middle now. So, VGA driver, Intel VGA, drop in there, and not using that one, so drop that in as well. And let's go ahead and do personalize before I install the final two drivers. And where is the zoom? Good. Probably in display settings, not personalize. So let's see. Yeah, 100%. What about 125? That's a little better. That's much easier to see. 125% zoom instead of regular default 100. Can't fit as many things on the screen, but it's just better. So next up, still don't know what the hell that sound is. Realtek audio. So let's see, setup. Got audio too. This is for the back parts. She's running through the monitor right now. Her current system is, I mean, this one is too, obviously, and she will be running through the monitor on this system when I get it over there, but good idea to install this anyways. If it defaults over to the other, then I can change that. Yeah, go and restart. I didn't close out that folder, but don't really need to. It was just little extra shit I was doing, like, yeah, whatever, may as well. It's there. God damn. Yeah, I was, this is half the length of time, actually less than half the length of time I spent on, just building my gaming system. And this thing's already almost done. Gaming system was a hell of a lot more of a pain in the ass to deal with. I think she uses this mail app here, because I removed that on her system that she's using right now. And since I went over last time, I saw she put it back. So I'm going to leave this mail here. It's underneath the stand here. But I'm not sure if she put that there on purpose or what. So, new. That was the audio. Different side. Is this still, let me check display. It looks like it is at 125. Yeah, it's at 125 still. Okay, good. So since it's still at 125, let's go ahead and go to pictures. Actually, open a new folder. Pictures. And where is create shortcut? Create shortcut. Yes, on desktop. Downloads, create shortcut. Yes. Videos, create shortcut. Music, create shortcut. Documents, create shortcut. And she doesn't need a link to desktop. So, and delete the shortcut edition part. I don't know why Windows does that. It's like shortcut. Like, no shit, shot. Or no shit. I couldn't think of something smart for that. No shit cut doesn't make sense. So let's put documents up top. Oh, wait. Did I? Yeah, I think I did put a shortcut. So put that there. So local disk C, then put documents, then pictures, videos, music, then downloads. Are the fans doing that or something? Let me see. Let me actually, before I see, where is? Oh, I guess I still have one more thing to run. Internet. I may as well run it. I'll run this first. That way I'm done with all the driver installations. Finishing installation. Finish. Okay, that's done. That was freaking easy. And that's done. So drop in there. And hardware monitor. Got a little smaller. Holy shit. So currently the package temperature is running at 33 degrees. That's not bad. I mean, it's technically idle, but that's still not bad at all. It jumps around a little bit. That's okay. The 9 series is kind of fucking weird. So I'm just moving stuff around, see if I can get a load going, see if I can figure out where that sound's coming from. I think it's a fan. That's the only thing that makes sense. It's a fan. Yeah, so the fans are turned off right now. I might lower the minimum temperature just so they do turn on if that is the cause. But at the same time, I'm not sure because it doesn't seem like it really needs it. Yeah, that's what it is. The electrical sound I'm hearing is the fans turning on, but not going up high enough that they can actually spin. So I'll have to adjust the fan curves I set in order to make it not do that sound. So apparently the temperature setting is just a little too high, or just not high enough, really. I don't know. I'll ignore it for now. I'll deal with it in a little bit. For right now, there are other things to deal with. So starting with opening pictures, add a new folder, wallpapers, and make this smaller. Move this over, and for new computer, oh wait, no, it wasn't in there. It was right there. So set this as background. Boom. Got her. Same, well, sort of the same as what I'm using on this system. So I'll show you how to minimize this. It's just a modified version. So it doesn't have the CG moon in the corner, and it doesn't have the blue bars or the stuff in the center. It's instead just the flames that I have laid under there. Give her something cool. And there is a way, apparently, so in personalize or in display settings. Lock screen, Windows Spotlight, no, let's use a picture. Browse, use this same picture. Boom. Lock screen now has the same image. So she can have a badass thing. And let's do screen timeout settings. When plugged in, turn off after 2 hours. When plugged in, computer goes to sleep after never. Additional power settings. Stop being so massive, motherfucker. Additional high performance, change plan. Turn off display after 2 hours. Put computer to sleep never. Change advanced power settings. Turn off hard disk. After up, I think it's down to turn that off. Yeah, never turn off hard disk. Internet Explorer, max performance. Slideshow available. Wireless adapter settings, max performance. She doesn't have a wireless adapter setting. Sleep after never. Allow hybrid after off. Hybrid sleep, that is. Off. Hibernate after never. Awake timers are on. USB settings, selective suspend. Disable selective suspend. Graphics settings, maximum performance. Link state management is off. Processor power management. Minimum processor state 100%. System cooling policy active. Maximum 100%. Display turn off after not 15. Why do you keep doing that? Freaking retarded. 120 minutes for 2 hours. Multimedia settings. When sharing media, prevent idling to sleep. Video playback bias. Playback performance. Let's do okay, it's only power saving or performance, so performance. Playing a video, optimize video quality. Okay. Apply, okay. Save changes. Use what power buttons do. Sleep button, do nothing. Power button, shut down. Shut down settings. Change settings that are currently unavailable. Power menu, turn that off. Leave that. Turn on fast startup. Okay, save changes. And what about the start menu? Because that... Okay, I did remove it. Good. So close that. Close that. Now let's open for a real test. I guess I should change that so it's not red, huh? Because the red X, let me go to personalize. Instead of having that color red, let's make it, how about green? There we go. Now it's green instead of red. Just because red, it was interfering with seeing that you were actually hovering over the red X to close stuff. So let's use Cinebench R15 first. So run this. And see what she scores, except. And where is, okay, temperature. So let's use the OpenGL first. Don't imagine this taking too much effort. I still have to hook this up to internet to grab Windows updates. But so far, it's not too bad. You can sort of see it under there. Temperatures are doing well, although this isn't a hard heating test on the thing. That's the score from my 9900K. Because I just copied and pasted the folder from my tests into here. Into the folder, so she's got the test results from my gaming system on there. I mean, the fact that it's doing that, I guess integrated graphics aren't too bad on this. That's good. So I'm imagining, obviously that's nothing compared to what Heaven's gonna be, but OpenGL, she got 55.64 frames per second on that, so that's not too bad. It's integrated, obviously. That versus the 167.36 of my 2080 Super. But whatever, let's try the CPU run. This one will hit the CPU temperature. 50 degrees on package. 51. Wow, okay. It's, are you serious? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. 51, 52. God damn. Yeah, her current system runs hotter than this one does, but it also uses the stock heatsink and fan. And it cools down way fast too. It's already back down to 37, 36. Fluctuating between those two. That's pretty good. So that score was 927. My gaming system got 2023, so 2023. So it's less than half the speed of my gaming system's CPU score, but there's also a massive price difference between them. That's not bad. It is faster than the 4770K. The 4770K that's listed on here is at 822, so 927 versus 822, it's over 100 more for a 9400 CPU. Pretty good. Let's run Cinebench R20. Yes, save that. R20. And for Cinebench R20, I think this is going to be the one I can run a stress test on. I don't think this one saved my settings, right? Or saved my score. I don't remember. So run that and check temperatures. $51, 52 degrees. It's pretty good so far. 53. Yeah, I'll be using Cinebench to really, it's at 54, to stress test the CPU. I'm also going to use Heaven to stress test the CPU in a different way, just for its integrated graphics. Still going. It's at 54 to 55 degrees. That's package temperature, of course. Individual cores are lower. They're ranging between 52 and 55. Not bad. Oh yeah, is this really a 6-core? I thought this was a quad core. I don't know. It has 6 cores registered here. So I'm guessing maybe it is a 6-core CPU. I thought it was I guess it can count the squares. Yeah, I guess it is a 6-core. Okay. Yeah, alright. I was thinking this was a quad core, but no, it's 6. I'll also double check Task Manager. That'll also tell me whether or not it's a 6-core or a quad. I just can't fucking remember. I just want to confirm just because I can't remember. It's the only reason. Peaked at 58 degrees so far. It's not too bad. I have fan speeds really low too. So that was a score of 2338. Alright. I don't remember what I got on my gaming system. Did I save that information? Oh yeah, I gotta check for that too. I guess I can check in here. Yeah, I did put it in. Okay. So, benchmark data results. No, I didn't. I only saved the Heaven results, not Cinebench. So, Cinebench. I have no idea what I got. Yeah, it is a 6-core CPU, so that's pretty cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. There's some other things I gotta test before I actually stress test this, and I don't want to stress test it until after I get the updates. Just to be certain. So open this, and I did not add it. Son of a bitch. Okay. Any questions? Info onto there. Windows instructions to there. Okay. It's right there. I thought that was in here. Well, I guess not. Okay, whatever. Well, that's transferred, so that out, put it over here. And Windows instructions. There are things I need to remove. So I just don't remember what the fuck they are. Those settings. System. Those are the things I actually showed instructions for on Twitter a while back. Notifications and actions. Disable a lot of these goddamn things. Scroll down until you find backup. Backup is not here. Okay, that's fine. It might be there when I get Norton installed. Okay, so next. Damn it. Press Control and go to changing scroll. Settings. Click settings, bitch. Zoom in and zoom out. All right, back. There we go. So that one is in control panel. It is system and security. System. Need to go to advanced setting. Hardware. Device installation settings. Automatically download manufacturer's apps, custom icons. No. Save changes. Is that it? Okay. Yeah, that was all. All right. Next. Zoom out. The next fucking picture, jackass. Oh, there was. Wait, what? Oh, it wasn't a picture. Duh. It was this. And I need command prompt open. As admin. Yes. Then resize notepad for one. Holy shit, that's big. Notepad. Highlight all this shit. Copy it and paste. Adding group policy editor to her computer. Well, I'm packaging it, whatever. It's technically already there. All right. It's done. Operation completed successfully. So close command prompt. Then it is gpedit.msc in system32. I don't want File Explorer opening. Let me... Or quick access menu. Is there a way? I don't remember how you get to, let me close this and see what happens if I goes to quick access. The way to make it go to I don't want quick access loading. I want it to go to computer. Pretty sure I did that. Yeah, how did I do that? I redirected it somehow. Let's remove these frequent things. That's freaking stupid. I don't remember. It's in settings. Is it system? I gotta deal with those fans. It's starting to get annoying. Notifications, actions. Not that. Back. It's not in there. Is it? Personalization. Start menu. No. Folders appear on start. Settings, documents, file explorer. Downloads, music, pictures, video. I don't remember. You changed that. I only remember that I have it changed. Taskbar. I want it to open other things, not quick access. Wait, did I remove quick access folders? No, I didn't remove the quick access folders. So, I think I removed that. I gotta figure out how to remove OneDrive. Probably find it if I uninstall stuff. Want this open. It's same as 3D objects. I don't want that there. I don't think that's on here, right? Oh, it is there. Okay, I guess I gotta leave it. Recent files. Remove from quick access. Oh. That didn't do it. Options. Recently used files in quick access? No. Show frequently used folders in quick access? No. Apply. Clear that. Well, okay, right there. Open File Explorer to quick access or this PC. Apply. Browse folders. Open each folder in the same window in its own. Then in the same window instead. Single click, no. Double, yes. Privacy, no. Search. Play full path and title bar, yes. Always show menus. Okay. And I think it actually swapped the audio source to no, it didn't. Okay. It's still on the monitor then. That's fine. So if I go into desktop, this PC, desktop. All right. So close that, open. Okay, now it's going to this PC. That's good. That's what I wanted it to do. So can close that. And I gotta go to system 32. Should be, it's hidden right now. Don't remember how to unhide folders. Options, view, should be in here, I think. We should expand a folder. No, show all folders. Apply. Did that show? the let's see. The edit in system 30. I don't remember. Why don't I remember where system 32 is? This computer, primary. Oh, it is still hiding stuff. Program data should be in the primary. Right? What about Windows? Oh. Unless program data is added when you install something else. Because this is all stuff I installed. So maybe not. What about? Okay, check go back. Program files, make sure it's actually install shield. What about the app data folder? Where's app data? I don't remember where that is. I think I have it. Really? I don't? Come. I don't remember where the hell app data is. Users. App data. Yeah, so apparently there's still some hidden. So options. We should hidden file. Oh, right there. Duh, it was right in front of my fucking face. There we go. Now it's showing. The Windows, I think System 32 is in the Windows file. Yeah, right there. System 32. Then it is GP edit. Yeah, it's GP edit. Way the fuck down here. GP edit. Okay, GP edit is open. So I gotta go to computer configuration, administrative templates, Windows components. Then Windows update. Windows update. And change. Scroll to the line, do not include drivers with Windows updates. Where are you? Do not include drivers with Windows updates. There. Whoops. And cancel. Edit. Enable. There we go. Now it won't install fucking shitty updates. Or it won't install the drivers for her through Windows Update, because I don't want that getting something fucked up. It'll still show when they're available, so I can always go over if I need and take a look at it, and if something's going wrong, I can decide, okay, on an individual basis, install one at a time or whatever the fuck. So it doesn't just disable updates or driver updates entirely. It just doesn't automatically install them by doing that. And now that I have that done, I can actually connect her to the internet and get all the Windows updates. So let me go ahead and plug the Ethernet cable into this system. Well, it should be working. It's plugged in. That's interesting. Oh, there it goes. Okay. You want to allow your computer to be discoverable? No. Okay. So it's got internet now. Get updates before I try anything else. So remove Office, because that's just a free trial, and I'm gonna be installing something for her anyways. Something that I forgot to fucking download. Microsoft Edge, I'll leave there. Pictures, what is this? That shit's just whatever. I'll deal with all these later. What is this? Realtek audio control. Just got installed. Hold on. 8. What? Your device is missing important security and quality fixes. No fucking shit. Like, really. No fucking shit. Check for updates. Hold the fucking phone. Intel Net. What? Advanced options. Do you have updates for other Microsoft products when you update Windows? Off. Delivery optimization. Allow download from other. Off. Advanced. Back. Back. Receive updates from other. I said no, fucker. Why are you installing a goddamn driver when I said not to? You fucking kidding? Windows. Where is systems already there? 32. Windows. No, it wasn't that. Wait, what? Was it Windows? What was it? No, it wasn't that one. It was System Tools. Instructions. Computer configuration. Admin template. What is this? This admin template? It's not. I'm guessing that's admin template. Windows. Component. That's weird. It's not here. Ah. Missing. Why is it missing? Windows settings? No. Should be. Oh, come on. Fucking retarded ass thing. I told you not to install the goddamn drivers, and you're going and installing a goddamn driver. What the fuck? Piece of shit. So stupid. GP edit. Let me put a shortcut to this. Great shortcut. Yes. That's weird. It's just it should be here. Computer configuration. Admin templates is not here. That is weird. I don't know why. Ah. Restart. Any day, Windows. Hurry the fuck up. Goddamn. As mildly annoying. Oh, now it's starting finally. Working on updates. I don't know why the hell it installed that. Maybe I should have restarted the computer after after I enabled GP update or GP edit and changed shit. I think that's what it was. I think I had to restart before. That's alright. I'll go in and I can uninstall whatever the fuck it just installed. And I can reinstall other shit instead. Yeah, I probably should have just restarted first. That's a bit of a dumb thing for me to do, I guess. Whatever. All right, text password, I forgot. Okay, well, that's interesting. Your system has internet immediately as soon as it starts up, but my media computer and my gaming computer take a couple minutes or so before they have internet when they start up. So at least I know it's not my goddamn gateway that does it. It's apparently Windows updates. So it's eventually going to do the same thing. So system 32. Go down. GP edit. What the hell? It's just not there now. What? Hell? That doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay. Well, it's here on this one. Why is it not on the new system? Windows components. It should be in admin templates, but for some reason there's no. Huh? Because this is supposed to be and it's app privacy, and what the hell? That's fucking what? And it's the same thing there. What the hell? What if I run as admin? No, it's still not. What the fuck? It doesn't make what? Update history. Driver update. Running a system scan to see what the fuck's going on. So just SFC scan now, or slash scan now. I don't know why that changed. It's just that's weird. Because it should be there. No. Admin template, window component, Windows update. The hell? Windows component. Huh. It's what? What the fuck? Okay. Admin template, Windows component. Windows update. That's weird. Windows security? No. All settings? What the fuck? Windows components. What? It's suddenly not available on my gaming computer. I can't find the folder. There's no issue on here. What in the fuck? Doesn't make any goddamn sense. What? Maybe it went down into user configuration. Some reason. No, it's not down there. What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. Computer configuration, admin template, Windows components. And it should be there. It should just be Windows Update. But I don't know what the hell. Like, it's like the group policy thing is even broken. The action here, it's missing filter on, filter options, reapply filter. And some reason it has an extra space there that shouldn't be there. Before saying all tasks, then what the hell? All tasks is blank. What the fuck? Okay, let me try something then. Let me try rerunning this. Copy. Run as admin. Yes. Rerun that. Okay, then close that. Open system 32. Roll back down. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, GP edit. It's still broken. What the fuck? That's just weird. What the hell? And how come I can't pin that? Just start. Yeah, fuck off, bitch. Retry. I don't know why that's suddenly missing on my gaming system. And the fucking GP, the local group policy editor, is completely bugged on the new system. That is just fucking weird. Well, let me finish getting all these updates first, then I'll mess around with seeing if I can get it working again. I don't know what the hell just happened. I didn't do anything. All I did was change one goddamn setting. And that is weird. I don't know if they removed it in an update or what. I could check my media computer, but it uses both of those monitors there, so can't really do that right now. Option back. Windows installer, maybe? No, it's not in here. Back. Is there a way to just... filter options. Configured. Okay. Cancel. I don't think that's a search. Is there not a search? Options. Disk cleanup. That's so weird. I guess I did run a scan on this system, on my gaming system. Wait a minute. Local group policy or local computer policy. This has what? Let me go back. Whoops. Let me go back to wait, what? Whatever that was, whatever. Go back to GP edit. Whoops, that was far. Oh no, whoops. Right there. It says user configuration and computer configuration. My gaming system. Oh, I guess it does have both, duh. I don't understand that. And device is missing. Why is it failing? Let me look this up. So let me just click retry. Maybe it's installing some and it's just fucking up because it's trying to. Yeah, so it did install some. Last time I clicked retry, it was installing 3. So it's probably gonna succeed this time. Windows is a little dumb with its updates. No, fuck off. I can't believe that's gone though. I don't know where that went. I don't know why Windows Update has gone from local group. That's weird. Let's see, editor, Windows Update, missing. This one's still down or installing it. I'm trying to see why that's suddenly missing. Huh. Calendar, color system, customer experience improvement program, vendor error reporting, game recording, hello for business, Inc., installer, log on, media digital rights, media DRM, haha, that's funny. Media player, messenger, mobility, PowerShell, reliability, remote management, remote shell, security. don't understand. Why did it disappear? That doesn't make sense. Like, I just don't get that. And it failed again. What the? Whoops, wrong mouse. It failed again. Okay, let me restart this system. So I try and figure out. Maybe it got moved? No. Okay. Retry that. So that's weird. The mouse doesn't keep the same color, or it doesn't remember the color, but the keyboard does. So the mouse keeps changing back to red. Keyboard's still green. Keyboard. Downloading again. What update is that? That is Windows 10 update KB 4598242 failing. What is that update? KB 4589242. KB 4598242. Windows 10 version 2004 and 20H2. Maybe 459. There might just be other shit that's still needed, and it's just not finding it yet, and it's failing because of that. Copy, paste. What is this one? Wow, this is a new one from today. KB45. Really? It means it's possible my gaming system will also have this update. So that's what is this for? What is it, some flash thing? That might be what it is. What does it do? Updates and if this fails again, I'll try installing 20H2. Then I'll try installing that. Updates to improve security when using external devices such as game controllers, printers, and web cameras. Updates to improve security when Windows performs basic operations. Improvements and fixes. Doesn't really tell me what the fuck's in the update though. Installing 100%. Did it? No, it failed. Okay. Since I keep reaching for my goddamn media computer mouse, let me move this over a little. So let's get 20H2, then see if that allows the other one to work. What? Because it looks like it might be connected. It's just not telling me what the fuck it is. Windows is friggin' stupid with explaining what this shit is. But it's new, so it released today, so it's very possible that it just requires something the system doesn't have yet. But what I want to know more is why the hell did stuff disappear from Group Policy Editor? That just, I don't understand that. I don't know what the hell happened. It should be there and it's not. I click it, then set to enable. Like, I just, that's fucking crazy. If I really have to, I could always just reinstall Windows on this system. On the new one, I mean. It's no big deal. If it fucks up one more time, then I'll do that. Just that's just it's crazy to me that something can go wrong already. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. I didn't really do much of anything. I was just doing some basic shit. And somehow Windows broke. It's just like, no, you're fucking doing too much advanced stuff. Fuck off, bitch. It's just like, what? What did I do? I don't get it. Ah, shit. Filter. Okay. All right, so the filter can be enabled and disabled. So filter options. Configured, yes. Okay. Say what? What? Bullshit. It's not showing it even in the filtered. What? Policy editor as one broken ass piece of shit. Jeez, dude. Are you serious? It's just missing. So when you enable it, it's like, yeah, fuck you. You can't just disable it because you can't find it. So if you change anything in policy editor, then good luck trying to find it to change it back. God damn. That's pathetic. That's really goddamn pathetic. Alright, so that update succeeded, so let's check for updates. Couldn't install the update, but you can try again. Wait, really? Feature update failed. What? The feature update is the 20H2. The hell? Advanced. What the fuck? Why does that keep turning on? Receive updates from other Microsoft products when you update Windows. I said no. Fucking prick. Advanced options. It turned it on again. What? Okay, you know what? I think I'm just going to reinstall Windows on this system because Windows already broke. And that's fucked up. So, God damn it. Microsoft, what the fuck are you doing? You morons. You dumb sons of bitches. Holy shit. If a system can't get the goddamn updates, the group policy editor was also broken, like, what is happening? I don't fucking get it. Your device is missing important security and quality fixes. Yeah, well, fucking fix it then, bitch. God damn. Wait for it to fail. If it succeeds, then I guess I can just continue and not do the reinstallation. When I restart this system to swap out the to reinstall operating system, I mean, I'll adjust the fan curves because the fan is kind of getting stupid. Like, it's still just bugging me. I'll just I'll decrease the required temperature down to 30 for it to turn on and see if that works. Yeah, it fucked up again. So disconnect it from internet. Fuck you. And shut down. Okay, adjust the fans. Where is there? Then I'll reinstall Windows. Advanced. Hardware monitor. Is this CPU fan? Yeah, it's CPU fan. So it's the chassis fans. Reduce temperature on this down to 30. So it turns on. And increase that to 30%. Do the same thing down here. Decrease you to 30 and up to 30%. That way that'll turn on. At least it should. Yeah, the front fan's on. Let me check the rear exhaust. Rear exhaust is not on yet. Rear exhaust is a jackass and it needs a different setting. Rear exhaust is not CPU, it's chassis fan 1. So for rear exhaust fan, let's try setting that up to 35% because it doesn't want to work at 30%. Let's see if that makes it turn on. PWM isn't as much of a problem. With PWM, you can set the speed really, really low. These are not PWM though. So with the voltages, you have to have at least a certain amount of voltage before it turns the fan on. It's still not turned on. What was that, based on motherboard? No, even if it was based on motherboard, it would turn on. This is chassis fan 1. Let's do 50 and 40 at temperature 1. Now, let's see if it'll turn on. Damn, that rear exhaust fan is a prick. I have to increase the percentage again. The front fan is fine. And temperature 1 is at 30. So for you to 45% then. See if that works. This time it better turn on. No, it's still not turning on. That's weird. Okay. Chassis fan 1. Let's swap that to DC mode and see if that makes a difference. Maybe it's just not sensing it right. No, that's not making a difference, so let's change that back to auto. DC, auto. This is just one stubborn ass motherfucker. Fan percentage, set you to 60% on fan or temp 2, and fan or temp 1, 50%. Okay, now it turns on. Okay. That's friggin' weird. That is just a very stubborn fucking fan. It wants a really high percentage before it'll turn on. It's a really quiet fan though, so it's not too much of an issue. It's at 100. This is temp 3, so let's set you to 80%. And this is at 60% versus... let's set that to 65. There. Alright. Chassis fan 1. And let's go ahead and turn the light on, my camera or my phone off. And time to reinstall Windows. So boot option. Boot manager. I guess I could probably get into it from Windows if it loads me into Windows instead of the save changes, discard, or not discard, save changes and exit, yeah. So right. Stubborn ass fan. Let's see. Yeah, so do this, then go in here. Windows 10, setup. Yes. Close that. Downloads update. Not right now. Next. Oh, hurry up. You already have Windows 10. You shouldn't take that long for you to be like, oh, yep, this is Windows 10, all right. Except making sure you're ready to install. I'm thirsty. Barely had anything to drink today. All I had was 1 can of Mountain Dew and a couple drinks of water. Like a couple mouthfuls of water, really, not just a couple drinks, but this is a 700 mil. Wait, right? I think it's 700 milliliter. Yeah, it's 700 milliliter bottle. It was not all the way full. I think it was like half full. Now it's, yeah, only drank like a quarter of it. So like half of what was left in it. About a quarter bottle. Oh, come on. It shouldn't take this fucking long. Damn it, Windows. Change what to keep. I don't want to keep. Keep nothing. Next. Because I'm not doing an upgrade. I'm doing a full, complete reinstallation. And this time, when I adjust group policy editor, I'll restart my computer first. Windows 10 Home, keep nothing. Install. There we go. God damn. I gotta get food made too. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I was gonna eat pizza, but obviously then I would have to put that in the oven. I suppose I could. What? Oh yeah, duh. That's why something's downloading. Because I'm streaming. I suppose I could put some pizza in the oven real quick. When the hell did I get up? Yeah, I got up almost 10 hours ago. So while this is installing shit, I'm going to get some food started. I don't think I'm gonna have pizza. I think I'm gonna throw in a frozen Alfredo. It's just easier. The frozen Alfredo, I can just microwave. You're supposed to either microwave it for a little bit and put it in the oven, but I just microwave it, stir, and then microwave it again. It's just easier. It tastes better too, because if you put it in the oven, then the top can get a tiny bit overcooked, and you also end up with a bit of a problem with the chicken in it being too damn soft. But microwaving it, the chicken has a decent chew to it, so you can't chew it with your fucking tongue. That's how soft it gets if it's in the oven. It's fucking so damn soft you can chew it with your damn tongue, which is not right. Want a proper chew with it. Yeah. So just microwaving it. I was hoping to be done with this. Damn. I wanted to just run it through a bunch of stress tests already. Can't believe it fucked up already. I'm blaming Windows on that, or Microsoft, whatever. I don't know how that happened. That was crazy. But I'll enable GP edit again. And this time I'll restart the computer before adding internet and downloading shit. So, let's see what happens. Now, hopefully, it will ask me like what drive I want to use, and it'll allow me to delete the partition, or it will recognize that it was already had a partition and it's deleting it automatically and recreating a partition. Because Windows always creates a partition on whatever drive it's installed on. So I don't want to have two partitions on it. It's odd that it's green still instead of blue. I said to keep nothing, but for some reason it's that's interesting. Because I think that was blue when I was originally installing it. I changed stuff to green. So it's green now, but I told it not to keep anything. For some reason it's keeping the color. I don't know what it's thinking. Maybe it stored the color setting for some random reason, and that was the only thing. The cursor's up there now. Top left corner, you can't really see it. Well, I guess you could have seen it. Whatever. Another restart. Restarting more this time, too. And it is not connected to the internet. This is actually more work than I thought it was going to be. Just because Windows is being a jerk. This is also a longer stream than I thought it was going to be. I was thinking, just a few hours and it'll be done. Yeah. That would have been done about an hour ago. I'm pretty sure it was about an hour ago by now, but we'll see what happens. Okay, now it's blue. Alright, so yeah, I guess it just did temporarily store the color. Some weird reason. It's gonna be kind of annoying trying to eat when I have a keyboard on my desk that I can't really move. Let me see if I can. Here. Gotta cut this up. It was an Amazon gift card, but I already used it. It was the 100 I mentioned I got from my mom for Christmas. United States. Yep, that's right. US. Skip. I don't have internet. Haha, bitch. Connect with limited setup. Or continue with limited setup, I mean, not connect. Yeah, give me a sec to deal with that. After I cut these little strips from the card I just cut. Cut them into smaller pieces. I have a garbage can right here in front of me. That's what I'm cutting them into. Now, these just flew. Oh, come on. I was supposed to pick that up with my foot, not just ignore it with my foot and not pick it up at all. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right there. There we go. Got it. Okay. Have any feet? Yes, it does. That'll be a little bit helpful. This keyboard kind of needs the feet. Next. 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 Security question. 1. 2. 3. 'No' on all of these again. And basic on the one that you can't say no to. Except. No. Not now. At least I got through that faster. Yeah. This might take several minutes. Yeah, no shit. At least I know so far the hardware seems good. And it's not making that whine noise because the fan's on. It was the front fan that was doing it, not the rear exhaust. I could have left the rear exhaust off, but it took so much for it to turn on. It just wouldn't have turned on until it was kind of being a little too warm. So I'd rather have that on. Rear exhaust fan is also pretty small, so it doesn't push a whole lot of air. So it's better for the rear exhaust fan to be on at all times. They're not really all that loud, so it's not a problem. Okay, back in Windows. Now I can do all this shit I did. Okay. Which means I can remove the USB port. Or plug, I mean. It didn't have me enter the, I guess I already saved it then, huh? I guess yeah, alright. I didn't have to re-enter the key code. it saved it from the reinstall. That's nice. Or it's because it's like, yeah, it's the same motherboard, it's bound to the motherboard. Fuck it, haha, bitch. Searching for a display driver clear. Yeah. So, show Cortana button, no. Search icon, toolbar, no. Taskbar settings. Lock taskbar on, replace command prompt, whatever. I don't know what the hell the badges is. I'll leave that. Always hide the labels. No. Never. Combine. Okay. System icons on or off. Leave turn off action center. Turn off location. Input indicator. Turn off the microphone icon. Which icons appear on taskbar? That's fine. Okay. Get my thumb drive again. Copy stuff over again. Open files. And or new computer. Again, gotta copy the 4 gig. It shouldn't take too long. It only took a couple minutes or so last time, so no big deal. It's actually, it's much better for something to go wrong on first startup, or first installation, I mean, than it is much later on. So this isn't too much of a problem to deal with. It's just kind of annoying that I have to deal with it at all. And I'm still blaming Windows and Microsoft for it. Because nothing I did should have fucked it up. It's just, yeah. Whatever. I'll see if I can get it working this time. Hopefully it does.